Chapter 385. Yes, the elemental concentration here is at least twice as high as the outside world. Another old voice sounded. It seems that the Lord of Northern City isn't as simple as we thought. The older man glanced around and said, "This place is indeed different from what we imagined. We've seen many cities before, and we know what they look like. The first impression I got from this city is that it's clean, and then it's orderly. Along the way, whether it's Cult City, Cold Winter City, Monster City, or Port Tylon, you can smell the stench from afar. The terrible traffic and chaotic order. I really don't understand how the nobles manage the cities, and the streets are full of poor people in ragged clothes. Compared to those places, Northern City is simply heaven. Although it's still hard to live here, it's better than starving to death. The air and environment here are also very good. I can't imagine that this place was a wasteland 2 years ago." Along the way, they saw the poverty and filth under the appearance of prosperity in various countries. During those times of chaos and poverty, this place was orderly, and the lives of the commoners were very good. "Let's go to the tavern to collect some information." At the same time, in a corner of the city gate, a few figures noticed the 2 men who had left the caravan. One of them said, "Boss, who's here this time? Do we need to report it? It's closest to Northern City, and there are all kinds of people here." Under the dim light, the drow quickly recorded some information and said. Another drow looked for a while and said, "2 wizards, record it and report it later. Let people pay attention to it, but don't pay too much attention. They won't break the rules casually." Under normal circumstances, wizards rarely intervened in mortal affairs. This had always been a matter of convention. Most of the time, wizards wouldn't even take the initiative to expose themselves to society. They were also known as the mysterious ones among the commoners. Since coming to Northern City, Sulan had led them to victory again and again, which gave them a kind of blind confidence. Even if the 2 wizards dared to make a move here, they would be discovered immediately. They were confident that they could get rid of these slaves. 2 wizards walked into the city. They observed everything while chatting. The fame of Northern Town City had spread far and wide with the help of the caravans. There were many rumors about this pearl of the northern region, and the majestic buildings in Northern Town City had also spread far and wide. Whether it was the exquisite structure of the elevated aqueduct, the solemn Arc de Triomphe, or the magnificent and magical Sky Garden, these buildings were said to be miraculous. Many people listened to them as myths, but in fact, even those who spread the word did not know that these buildings really had various miraculous effects. "Madam." The workers on both sides of the road bowed and lowered their heads, not daring to look at her. The little succubus Chris had been in charge of the expansion of the Lord's castle. In order to establish a duchy, Sullen's Lord's mansion needed to be upgraded into a palace. Chris glanced at the crowd and said slowly, "Everyone else leave. Architect, come with me." The Lord's castle in Northern Town City didn't have a master architect when it was built, so many parts of it weren't built properly. Now, Sulen needed to transform the Lord's mansion into a magnificent palace. It was very suitable for Chris to do this. As a succubus, they didn't think about tempting other people every day. Anyone who had been to the succubus territory knew that the succubus queen commanded many succubi to transform a lower realm into a paradise. Those were the masterpieces of succubi and all kinds of craftsmen. Therefore, Chris's artistic skills were very high. Sullen's palace was built on the foundation of the Lord's castle. The whole building looked like a whole. The design of the palace was made by everyone, and then it was finally confirmed after Sulen confirmed and modified some parts. The palace was slightly bigger than the Lord's castle. It was located on the west side of the Harvest Altar, in the center of Northern Town City. A lot of white marble was used to build the palace. During the construction, spells like mud to stone were used. The structure of the palace was very sturdy, and the ground was extravagantly enchanted with some hardening spells. The palace even had part of the power of the Wizard Tower. As the Palace of Northern Wind Duchy, Sulen didn't want to lower the security of his palace. Sulen even planned to build an elemental pool and rune barrier in the palace. Of course, the construction cost of his palace was still not as high as the Wizard Tower next to it. After all, there was no tower spirit in the palace, nor was there a big waste of money like an ecological garden. Even so, it would cost 600,000 to 700,000 kinner to complete the palace. Right now, the palace was only the outline of a building. The main building of the palace had been completed, but there were still many places that needed to be engraved with magic patterns and set up with magic circles. When the palace was completed, the energy field of the palace could be connected to the wizard tower. At the same time, Su Len also planned to include the miracle buildings in Northern Town City. When the palace was completed, its energy field could cover the entire city and even some of the territory outside the city. This was a huge project. In order to complete it, he might need the help of a legendary wizard like Hathaway. There were beautiful reliefs on the walls of the palace. Some of them were engraved with myths and legends. Some of them were engraved with Sullen's achievements, from him becoming a pioneer noble, to him building Northern Town City, defeating all kinds of enemies in the wilderness, and becoming the overlord of the northern wilderness. At the moment, only a part of these reliefs was completed. There was still a lot of space left on the surrounding walls. These spaces were used to engrave Sullen's achievements in the future. There might be racial wars or even national wars with other countries. The sculptors would continue to engrave Sullen's achievements in reliefs on the walls of the palace. Legendary wars, large-scale wars involving tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. If the outstanding generals of Northern Wind Duchy did something important, they would also be engraved. The Palace of Northern Town City was built in Baroque style. In addition to many sculptures, there were also many curved and oval-shaped buildings. In the hall of the palace, there were 36 tall white marble pillars supporting it. The hall was elegant and grand, with a soft shape. The interior decoration was gorgeous. The dome was oval, with some flying angels and Pegasi engraved on it. The hall was spacious and could easily accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the hall was a platform about half a meter high. On the platform was Sullen's throne. Northern Town City's actions during this time attracted the attention of the countries in the northeast. After all, the birth of a new country had a certain impact on the surrounding countries. During this time, many uninvited people came to Northern Town City to inquire about information. They hid their identities, disguised themselves as merchants, or disguised themselves as adventurers, and observed in the dark. Su Len sent out all the drows in the city and had them monitor these people. At the same time, he also increased the number of city guards. The previous security team had now been upgraded to the city guard army, and the number of people had increased to 1,000. After all, it was a city with a population of 100,000. Relying on a security team of only 300 people was already a bit of a stretch. After learning about the rise of Su Len, these people did not jump out. From what they knew, Su Len had lost at least 3 legendary figures. There were not many legendary figures in a country, less than 5 on one hand. Now that Su Len had lost several legendary figures, it was enough to make these countries tremble in fear. Although a lot of people came to Northern Citadel during this time, there wasn't any chaos in the city. Su Luen had been flexing his muscles during this time. He sent out the 16 barbarian marauders and had them lead other barbarians to patrol the city. At the same time, the half-elf magic archers and half-elf rangers began to patrol the city. The appearance of so many Tier 3 and Tier 4 experts caused many people to be shocked. Such a powerful combat force was something that many kingdoms could not compare to. The entire Northern Town City was astonishingly calm. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. When the palace in Northern Town City was completed, the founding ceremony of Northern Wind Principality was about to begin. The entire Northern Town City was in a state of nervous preparation. Countless gazes were focused on the city. The army of Northern Town City also distributed new military uniforms. In the past, Northern Town City did not have any military uniforms. Because of the founding ceremony, Su Len had ordered uniforms for the army of Northern Town City. Many civilians of Northern Town City had changed into their new uniforms. The workers of Northern Town City had also prepared all kinds of uniforms. With the help of the half-elven druids, the decorations of the city were completed. Trees were planted on both sides of the streets, and flowers of various colors were planted in the flower beds on both sides of the roads. These flowers were all in full bloom. The entire city was surrounded by flowers today. Today, the various temples of Northern Town City had also participated. Although Su Len did not agree to accept the coronation of their pope, they would still participate in Sullen's ceremony. After all, as the Lord of Northern Town City, if they really pissed him off, Su Len could use all kinds of rules to restrict them from developing their churches. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the various temples would try to maintain a good relationship with the local lord. The first rays of the morning sun scattered, and the orange sun slowly rose from the east. A melodious bell slowly rang. Countless people walked out of their homes and headed to the various plazas. Today was the day Northern Wind Principality was officially founded. Chapter 386. In the northern wasteland, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the light of dawn flashed across the astrology platform on the top floor of the wizard tower in the northern wasteland. As the first ray of sunlight appeared, the bell in the northern wasteland city rang loudly. The quiet northern wasteland city was awakened at this moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of magic fireworks shot into the sky, piercing through the darkness before dawn. They bloomed beautifully in the sky. The entire city turned into a sea of joy at this moment. The royal palace of the northern wasteland city. Outside the newly renovated royal palace, rows of well-equipped spear guards stood straight on both sides of the road. The roofs around the royal palace had been occupied by half-elf archers. The main roads of the city had been cleared. The wide and straight road extended all the way to the royal palace. The streets were covered with red carpets, and all kinds of flower petals were falling from the sky. All the residents of the northern wasteland city stood on both sides of the road, waving their arms and cheering. At this moment, a few black shadows quickly approached from the sky. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. With the first ray of sunlight, a group of people appeared in the sky. 9 giant Cryopterus bodies appeared in the sky. Although these pterosaurs were only 2 years old, their wingspan was already more than 6 meters. There was a drow knight sitting on each Cryopterus. Their armor made of fine iron was not heavy. It set off their tall and slender bodies. The ferocious pterosaurs under them looked extraordinary. However, they were not the main characters. They were only the vanguard guards leading the way. Behind these Cryopterus knights, a majestic Pegasus flew across the sky. Su Len had a sword at his waist, and he was wearing a gorgeous silver armor. He was riding the Pegasus at full speed. The morning glow in the sky covered them with a layer of golden red light, making them look like gods emitting a golden light. Long live Su Len! Long live the Northwind Principality! After seeing the figures in the sky, the cheers sounded in unison. The army of the northern wasteland city cheered in unison. Their voices were deafening. The residents around them also cheered. Their voices echoed through the sky. Some people in the northern battlefront city were watching the ceremony from afar. As long as they did not approach the important areas of the city, the hidden guards would not chase them away. Su Len chose to hold the founding ceremony at dawn, the last touch of darkness before dawn. Then, he waited for the first ray of sunlight to pierce through the darkness and descend from the sky. Accompanied by a golden radiance, Su Len descended from the sky with 9 winged dragon knights. The winged dragon knights glided in mid-air before taking off again. Su Len rode his Pegasus and landed on the red carpet covered with flowers 100 meters away from the Arc de Triomphe. The Pegasus raised its head to the sky and neighed, gently kicking its hooves. At this moment, the bell rang again, leisurely spreading throughout the entire city. It was like an order. The entire northern town city was filled with symphonic music. The bells and drums rang together, solemn music resounding in the city. A ray of golden light descended from the sky. The path under the Pegasus' feet instantly solidified. It was as bright as gold, but it was not vulgar. The golden path extended from under his feet all the way to the northern town city palace. Su Len smiled casually. He gently squeezed the horse's belly. The Pegasus snorted and stepped on the golden light. As he kept moving forward, the residents on both sides of the path knelt on the ground one by one. As he kept moving forward, the people in the crowd knelt down in rows like dominoes. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Su Len kept moving forward, the solemn Arc de Triomphe emitted a faint spiritual light. As he kept getting closer, the spiritual light became brighter and brighter. At the same time, a faintly discernible song sounded around the Arc de Triomphe, and it became clearer and clearer. Finally, as Su Len came to the front of the Arc de Triomphe, the song became deafening. Dozens of faint golden figures could be seen on the Arc de Triomphe. These figures were all wearing armor and holding weapons. Their cold faces appeared. They were the faces of all the sacrifices since the founding of the northern town city. War souls. These soldiers who died on the battlefield did not disappear. Instead, they became army souls and entered the Arc de Triomphe. If they were given enough time, these army souls would gradually transform into heroic spirits. At this time, These army souls woke up from their deep sleep and escorted Sullen's coronation. Seeing this, Sullen's footsteps paused slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to move forward. At this time, he had already sensed that a few miracle buildings in the city had been activated by themselves. Rays of spiritual light rose up and covered the entire city. In the magnificent song, Sulen gradually walked into the palace of the northern town city. At this time, the song stopped, and the cheers sounded again. In the uniform cheers of the army, the originally uneven voices merged into one. Soon, all the voices merged into one. The loud voice soared into the sky and echoed in the sky above the northern town city. Even the clouds in the sky were scattered by this powerful sound. In the palace hall, the spacious hall was now filled with people. Several countries that were close to Sulen had sent envoys. Many nobles' envoys were also present. Next to these people were the senior members of the temples of the various churches in the northern town city. Today, they were all here to watch and witness the ceremony. Sulen came to the entrance of the hall and jumped off his horse. Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex and Phyllis, who had been waiting here for a long time, all put on their best clothes and waited with smiles on their faces. Sulen nodded to them and walked in front. Hathaway held onto Sullen's arm and walked half a step behind him. The others followed closely behind. The group was led to the hall by a few maids and then stepped onto the central platform. Several other half-elf maids came up with a few trays with crowns on them. Sulen reached out and picked up a gorgeous crown and put it on his head. Then, he put the crowns on Hathaway, Chrissy, Alex, and Phyllis. Special envoy from the King of the Kingdom of Florence congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. After Sulen put on the crown and sat on the throne, the prepared envoy stepped forward and bowed to the nobles before congratulating Sulen. The special envoy from the Kingdom of Florence opened the curtains, followed by many special envoys from other kingdoms and nobles who came forward to congratulate him. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Lorenza congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from the Kingdom of Amher congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. Special envoy from Marquis Savoy of Colt congratulates the Duke of Northern Wind on his coronation. All the nobles' envoys, including the Kingdom of Lorenza and the Kingdom of Amher, came forward to congratulate Sulen. Soon, the churches in the northern town city also came forward to congratulate him on the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. After these people finished their congratulations, Sulen stood up. Ha ha ha. He laughed and took 2 steps forward. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind and my coronation. His voice was loud and clear. In an instant, the clouds parted and the sun rose in the sky. The dazzling sunlight shone on Sulen as if he was the only one in the world. In the hall and in the square, thousands of people stood on both sides of the square. Their burning gazes were all focused on Sulen. There was reverence, joy, admiration, and fear. At this moment, all of them gathered together. I announce the establishment of the Duke of Northern Wind. In the name of the Duke of Northern Wind, I announce that today is the National Day of the Duke of Northern Wind. At the same time, I confer Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Phyllis as duchesses. Hearing Sullen's words, the surrounding nobles looked at each other. It was the first time that 4 duchesses were conferred at once. For a moment, the nobles' envoys in the hall whispered to each other. Hathaway stood up and walked to Sullen's side, snorting softly. Her voice was low, but it seemed to ring in their ears. In an instant, the whole hall quieted down. Then, a powerful energy wave surged from Hathaway's body. Even the jade ornaments in the surroundings were blown back and forth by this force. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Legendary wizard. How is this possible? A 20-year-old legendary wizard. So strong. After feeling the energy wave from Hathaway's body, the nobles' envoys, who had just fallen silent, suddenly burst into an uproar. They looked at Hathaway in disbelief. In this world, a legendary wizard's deterrence was much stronger than a legendary warrior's. After all, no matter how strong a legendary warrior was, it was still very difficult for one to destroy a city. However, a legendary wizard was different. They had too many ways to destroy a city. Meteor shower, meteor fall, undead calamity, and many other powerful spells. They could even permanently change the environment of an area. After knowing that Hathaway had become a legendary wizard, the nobles' envoys, who were whispering to each other, quieted down instantly. They were all as honest as quails. A legendary wizard's deterrence was very high. At this time, Su Len chose to show his strength. With a legendary warrior and a legendary wizard in charge, the Duchy of Beifeng's position was instantly stabilized. After all, many duchies didn't even have a legendary wizard. A young legendary wizard. This was simply shocking. It was not as easy to become a legendary wizard as a legendary warrior. There were very few duchies in the continent that had a legendary wizard in charge, and they all needed to support these legendary wizards' experiments. The annual cost of Kinnar was a huge figure, but there were still many people who were willing to do it. Compared to warriors, wizards had a much longer lifespan. As long as there were no accidents, they could live for thousands of years. Chapter 387. A large amount of data flashed past Sullen's eyes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. Country template is being activated. Country data is being calculated. Data conversion in progress. Data calculation complete. Country template activated. Countless streams of data appeared before Sullen's eyes. A large amount of information appeared and disappeared quickly. Soon, all the data disappeared, and a template appeared before his eyes. Country, Northwind Dukedom, location, Northern Wastelands, Underground World, territories, Northgard City, Mirror Lake City, Centaur City, Orundo, City of the Grey Dwarves, Crete City, City of the Taurans. Omitted, will be added later. The country template looked simple, but it contained many meanings. After establishing the dukedom, not only were the 3 cities in the Northern Wastelands included, even the cities in the Underground World were included in the dukedom. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. The reward is the Imperial Jade Seal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received an exclusive troop class. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received the title, King of the North. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully established a dukedom. You have received a miracle building blueprint. A series of system notifications sounded in Sullen's ears. He did not expect that establishing a dukedom would give him so many rewards. At the same time, after the dukedom was successfully established, a powerful elemental energy gathered at the harvest altar in Northgard City. The energy in the surroundings was also attracted by this power. Those who were participating in the celebration, and those who were hiding in the dark could all feel this power. This energy was somewhat different from ordinary elemental energy. It felt like the energy of a druid. What kind of energy is this? It seems like the energy of nature, but there are some differences. This energy has reached the legendary level. Could it be another legendary expert? That's impossible. No, this seems to be the energy of a magical building. At the same time, just as everyone was feeling puzzled, 2 other forces rose up from 2 other places in the city. The triumphal arch was surrounded by a faint spiritual light. After Su Len entered the palace and completed the founding ceremony and coronation, the war spirits all returned to the triumphal arch. However, at this time, a huge amount of energy was extracted, and the triumphal arch suddenly shone brightly. The arcane garden was also glowing with light, and a beautiful song could be heard. At this moment, 3 forces were released at the same time. Harvest Blessing. Song of Triumph. Arcana Praise. 3 consecutive blessings exploded and enveloped the entire northern garrison city. Su Len looked at the system interface in shock. He saw 3 buffs in the northern fortress town. Harvest Blessing. This city has received a blessing. During this period of time, the crops in the city will not be affected by pests and diseases. The yield will increase by 50% and the maturity period of the crops will be shortened by 15%. The duration will last for 1 year. Song of Triumph. When the Song of Victory is played, the morale of the entire city will increase by 50%. The rate of residents joining the army will increase by 50%. The sense of belonging among the residents of the northern garrison city will also increase by 20%. Arcana Praise. Special Effect. For the next 1 year, The strength of newborns born in the northern garrison city will increase by 50%. After seeing these 3 buffs, Su Len was very happy. It could be said that these 3 buffs had increased the effect of the 3 wonders of the city by 50%. The founding ceremony ended with cheers and applause. The entire city became a sea of festivities. All kinds of food and performances were prepared in advance. The civilians began to celebrate. In the palace, the grand ceremony had also begun. Su Len prepared a sumptuous feast for the guests. However, he did not have time to chat with these people. After leaving things to Chris, he returned to his room and began to check the rewards of the successful founding of the northern garrison city. After returning to his room, Su Len opened his storage dimension and saw a jade seal carved out of beautiful jade. Imperial Jade Seal. This is the symbol of the northern garrison city's power. It represents the power of the Duke. Destiny plus 20, Destiny suppressing plus 20, Peace and Peace plus 20, People's Allegiance plus 20, Evil's Avoidance plus 20, Indestructible plus 20, The Way of the Emperor plus 20. Su Luan took out the jade seal, which was the size of a palm. It was made of suet white jade, which was smooth to the touch. A mythical beast was carved on it, and there were beautiful patterns around it. The bottom of the jade seal was engraved with the words, "Receive the mandate of heaven, live long and prosper forever." Of course, this Imperial Jade Seal and the Imperial Jade Seal from his previous life had nothing to do with each other except for the words carved on it. However, the attributes of this Imperial Jade Seal seemed to be very good. It would benefit the territory a lot. After putting away the Imperial Jade Seal, Su Len continued to check the rest of the items. Su Len had obtained an exclusive troop class. After Su Len opened it, he realized that the troop class could only be obtained through a lottery. Su Len chose to check. Suddenly, a Russian-like roulette wheel appeared in his mind. There were all kinds of troop classes on it, such as the White Horse Cavalry, Shiliang Cavalry, Xiandeng Death Soldiers, Wudong Flying Army, Brave Tiger Guards, Yulin Guards, Tiger Leopard Cavalry, Imperial Guards, Yulin Guards, Yulin Cavalry, Winged Ho Archers, and about 20 to 30 other troop classes. After seeing the Dragon Cannon Guards and Imperial Guards, Sullen's eyes lit up. These 2 troop classes were very strong. Both of them could attack from a distance, and their attacks had additional effects. The Dragon Cannon Guards could shoot fireballs, which had explosive and burning effects. The Imperial Guards could shoot thunderballs, which had paralyzing and chain lightning effects. The other special troop classes also had their own strengths. Su Len was dazzled. Su Len hesitated, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spun the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel spun quickly. Su Len became nervous. Although he could definitely get a special troop class, each special troop class was different. He naturally wanted to get a high-value troop class. Soon, the roulette wheel slowed down. In the end, the needle went past the Wudong Flying Army and Xiandeng Death Soldiers. It looked like it was going to stop at the Dragon Cannon Guards, but the roulette wheel didn't seem to have run out of power. It moved forward a little more and stopped at the Imperial Guards. Seeing that the needle was pointing at the Imperial Guards, Su Len was disappointed. The Imperial Guards weren't a fighting force. They were better at invading, assassinating, and spying. Although he was disappointed that he didn't get the Dragon Cannon Guards, the Imperial Guards weren't bad. Although they had lost a powerful unit, the Imperial Secret Service was still a good intelligence network. Together with the Flying Eagles in Northern Town City, the foundation of an intelligence network was almost complete. Although they had lost a powerful unit, it was still a good idea to build a perfect intelligence network. Su Len happily put away the commander's seal of the Imperial Guards. Then, he looked at the other rewards. After establishing the country, Su Len also received the title of King of the North. It sounded very impressive. Su Len was looking forward to the effects of the title. King of the North. Exclusive title. After countless battles, you have defeated the gnolls, trolls, ogres, orcs, frost giants, hydras, and many other races and powerful enemies. You have successfully established a powerful country in the northern wastelands. You have become the King of the North. Your prestige has increased. Your people love and respect you. Your enemies are hostile to you. They are afraid of you. The other races in the wastelands also respect you. There is a certain chance of you receiving contributions. King of the North plus 20, Coercion plus 20, Submission of the Four Seas plus 20, People's Allegiance plus 20, Intimidation plus 20. Effect is permanent. F***CK. This title is awesome. Su Luan rubbed his chin. The effect of this title was effective after he obtained it. He didn't need to wear it anymore. In this way, Su Luan could wear another title, and the attributes of this title were also very good. It was comparable to the bonus of a special building. After checking the effects of the title, Su Len took out the remaining diamond treasure chest. This was the first time Su Len had obtained a diamond treasure chest. He didn't know when he would get one again. Now that he had killed a legendary expert, he only got a platinum treasure chest. What kind of enemy did he have to defeat to get a diamond treasure chest? An advanced legendary? A demigod? Or an abomination? Su Len shook his head and chased the thought away. After calming himself down, Su Len deliberately washed his hands and prepared to open the diamond treasure chest. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the system's attribute notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item, Mystery Lock Theory and Creation. Mystery Lock Theory and Creation? After hearing the system's notification, Su Len was greatly surprised. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still surprised by what he got this time. Mystery locks were first created by the High Elves. After the rise of the Arcane Kingdom, this spell was replaced and improved by the Great Arcanists and became the standard of the floating city. Hathaway had not mastered this high-end magic technology. The only thing that was passed down in her school was the enchantment circle. Originally, Su Len planned to make do with the enchantment circle in the Wizard Tower for a while. He didn't expect to get such a thing. In this world, there was still several large organizations that had the mystery lock technology. For example, the High Elves, Elven Court, the Silver Moon Councils, Silver Moon Guardian, the Lava Towers, Heart of Flame, the Druid Councils, Thorn Oak, and so on. Now, Northern Town City had also obtained this technology. Su Len was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was going to study this technology with Hathaway and strive to master this technology as soon as possible. P.S. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't finish it. I'll make it up today. There are 2 more updates. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 388. At first, there were 24 runes that he had learned from the High Elves. After many years of development, the number of runes that had been published in the Arcane Empire had reached 36. It was said that some of the runes had been mastered by the Great Arcanists. There were rumors that the number of runes had reached more than 70. Each rune had its own unique power. During the Arcane Empire, there were even people who developed rune stones. They used a special method to make a rune into a gem, and then combined several rune gems according to a certain formula to make a powerful equipment. However, the process of making rune gems had been lost. Most of the rune equipment circulating now were products of the Arcane Empire, and some were made from rune gems excavated from ruins. Enigma was a spell sequence composed of a large number of runes according to a special arrangement. At first, the Enigma of humans did not cover a large area. Generally only 300 to 500 meters. At the same time, the Enigma created by the High Elves could cover a city. During the Arcane Empire, the Enigma of humans developed by leaps and bounds and became the standard of wizard towers and floating cities. After putting away the important spellbook, Enigma Principles and Creation, Su Len took out the last remaining blueprint of the Building of Wonders. Building of Wonders Blueprint. Hero's Spirit Tower. After use, you can build a Hero's Spirit Tower of Wonders. Hero's Spirit Tower. Construction requires the Triumphal Arch. This is a tower built with iron and blood. It is the final home of a warrior. With this building, the martial spirit of the territory can be improved. Within 30 miles of the city, newborns have a 10% chance of becoming warriors. At the same time, the morale of all the soldiers in the Northtown City plus 20. The souls of the dead soldiers will enter the Triumphal Arch, and the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits plus 20. Martial Spirit plus 35, Indestructible plus 37, Strong Will plus 35, Unyielding Soul of War plus 28. With space of the Heroic Spirit Palace, space can grow. The Hero's Spirit Tower was not bad. It was a perfect match with the Triumphal Arch. With the Hero's Spirit Tower, the chances of the souls of war becoming heroic spirits would increase a lot. However, to build this building, he still needed 2 Battle Soul Stones. Su Len did not have any Battle Soul Stones now, so he could not build it for the time being. It wasn't easy to get a battle soul stone. Su Len had issued a mission to the caravans to purchase battle soul stones. Over 100 caravans from all over the continent had gathered in northern town city. As long as the price was right, someone would be able to get it. After packing up, the atmosphere of the banquet in the palace was very hot. Su Luan came to the banquet in a good mood and greeted everyone. After staying here for more than 10 minutes, he left the banquet. After the establishment of the principality, life in Su Len did not change much. After all, it was only a small country with a population of a few 100,000. There was no need to appoint ministers. The caravans that had come to attend the founding ceremony of Beifeng Principality also began to load up the goods produced by Beifeng City and leave. Because of the celebration, Su Len specifically ordered that the quota for this month would be doubled. Now, the most popular commodity in northern Battlefront City had changed from white sugar to toilet paper. This kind of toilet paper was not only popular among the nobles, but also among the commoners. Of course, the nobles would buy the delicate, soft, and white toilet paper that was sprayed with perfume. The commoners would buy the yellow toilet paper that was of average quality. When Su Len saw that the toilet paper was selling like hotcakes, he immediately thought of soap and perfume. However, when he was about to start making them, he suddenly realized that he had no idea how to make soap. After all, he was not an engineering student in his previous life. He had no idea how to make soap. Therefore, he could only let the craftsman study it slowly. As for perfume, it was very simple. All he needed to do was dissolve the perfume with alcohol. The difficulty of making perfume was not low. The first step was to find high-purity alcohol. The alcohol content of the drinks in this world was average. For example, ale had about the same alcohol content as beer. It was not easy to find a high alcohol content. At present, the highest alcohol content was the vodka brewed in northern town city. The alcohol content was only between 30 and 40%. If he wanted to obtain high-purity alcohol, he would need to distill it. However, since vodka was selling well in northern town city, Su Len did not plan to use vodka to make perfume. Therefore, he only made a few bottles for Hathaway and the others. The celebration lasted for 7 days. From this year onwards, this would be the national day of the year. After the grand celebration, everything returned to normal. The commoners in northern town city once again began their busy lives. The merchants seized the time to buy goods and make money. Every day, long caravans would come and go. The army also began their training and cleanup missions again. Su Len yawned and rubbed his sore head. The book, Enigma, involved too much knowledge. It was a bit difficult for him to study it. Fortunately, with the talent of erudite, Su Len's learning ability had been strengthened. It increased his learning efficiency by a lot. He was now studying Enigma, while learning other wizardry knowledge. After stretching his body, Su Len put away the book and left the palace. Although he had become a Grand Duke, Su Len still liked to wander around the city. This way, he could better understand the situation of the city's lower class. A lot of things happened during this period. Some things happened in the Southern Sea. A pirate ship found the legendary Treasure Island. It was said that the island was covered with gold, silver, and all kinds of gems. The ship was brought there by a storm. When the pirates left, they recorded the route. As soon as they returned to the coast, the pirates on the ship had a fierce fight. In the end, only a few people managed to escape alive. The map was obtained by the first mate of the pirate ship. The remaining pirates sold the information to other forces. As a result, many forces started to fight for it. Of course, the northern wasteland was thousands of kilometers away from the Southern Sea. It took a few months for the news to reach here. It was said that this matter even alarmed the Red Dragon Queen. Red dragons loved treasure very much. There was also some other news. For example, a Marquis of the Lorenza Kingdom raised his flag and rebelled. He joined forces with another kingdom to attack the Lorenza Kingdom. The Lorenza Kingdom suffered heavy losses in the Orc invasion last year and was now in a defensive state. Although this was the latest news from northern Battlefront City, the most recent news was from half a month ago. Su Len listened for a while and went to the barracks. He planned to officially recruit the embroidered uniform guards and establish an intelligence network in the northern city with the help of the Eagle. In the barracks, Su Len gathered the soldiers in the barracks. There were not many requirements to recruit the embroidered uniform guards. Their strength had to be grade 1 or lower. As long as the army in the northern city was a regular army, most of them were grade 2. A few of them were grade 3. Su Len picked 500 people in the barracks and spent 1,000 kinner to change their profession to the embroidered uniform guards. Embroidered uniform guards. Special forces. Specializes in spying, collecting, transmitting, and assassination. Additional skills. Camouflage. Detection. The 500 soldiers Su Len picked didn't have much of a change in strength after they were converted into the embroidered uniform guards. They only gained some additional knowledge and 2 additional skills. Next, Su Len built a house near the palace as the office for the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards were also officially named the prison guardians. They were given the first batch of 20 eagles. After the embroidered uniform guards learned how to feed the eagles, Su Len began to send them to other countries around the North Wind Principality to establish intelligence bases. The 500 brocade gown guards recruited by Su Luen were divided into groups of 3 or 4. Each group would carry some funds or goods, and then leave northern town as caravans or wandering mercenaries. These brocade gown guards would establish strongholds in some large cities. These bases might be some taverns and hotels on the surface, but they would secretly collect local intelligence. Once there was something important, or something he thought was important, he would send the information back. Part of the funds would be earned by themselves, while the other part would be allocated by the North Wind Principality. After all, intelligence was a very expensive business. How could 3 to 5 people in a city collect and transmit information? Of course, they would need to recruit some peripheral personnel. Why would these peripheral personnel collect information for you? Of course it was because of money. Was it because they wanted to generate electricity? Su Len wanted to maintain a huge intelligence network, so the money spent was naturally very high. Of course, Su Len could also sell information to outsiders, but this would easily expose himself. Su Len hadn't figured out how to do it yet. The number of eagles cultivated in the eagle nest wasn't many. Apart from a portion of the eagles left for the scouts, the rest were all given to the embroidered uniform guards. Originally, Su Len planned to let these eagles breed on their own and then cultivate them. This way, the results would be better if all the eagles were born in the eagle nest. However, the establishment of the embroidered uniform guards required a large number of eagles. If he wanted to obtain a large number of eagles in a short period of time, he could only catch eagles in the wild and train them. Su Len sent out nearly 100 embroidered uniform guards. These embroidered uniform guards would use various methods to integrate into various large cities and towns. Then, they would establish intelligence bases in the cities and towns. Each intelligence base would need about 3 to 5 eagles. This way, the eagle nest would need to cultivate hundreds of messenger eagles. Of course, this was only temporary. If the number of embroidered uniform guards bases continued to increase, then the number of eagles would also increase. Fortunately, Su Len didn't want to eat a fat man in one go. The establishment of an intelligence network couldn't be completed overnight. Chapter 389. Su Len woke up from a deep sleep as the morning sun shone through the curtains. He immediately felt something soft and smooth on his arm. He turned around and looked at the little succubus who was sleeping beside him. Traces of the storm still remained on her delicate face. She looked seductive and a little tired, but she was still sleeping soundly. Although succubi were known to be fearless in bed, they were still defeated by the plasma cannon. Su Luen carefully pulled away the jade-like arm entwined around his arm and Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the other side. He got up, picked up a robe and put it on, and then covered himself with the soft silk quilt. It was already July, and the northern wasteland was already very hot. However, Hathaway had set up a large-scale thermostatic magic circle in the palace. Although the technology in this era was backward, many things that could not be done by technology in his previous life could be solved by spells here. Of course, these were only wizards' methods. They were not universal and could not be popularized. Since awakening the dragon bloodline, Phyllis had also undergone a lot of changes. For example, her body had undergone a second growth. The most obvious change was that she had changed from human to O, all the way from B+ to D+. In addition, she had become more beautiful. Some of the original flaws had disappeared after awakening the dragon bloodline. Phyllis's charm value had increased from 19 to 23. Perhaps she felt Su Len leaving. Phyllis murmured but did not wake up. She subconsciously waved her arm, trying to grab something. In the end, She just happened to grab Su Len. She curled her body into a more comfortable position. As a dragon bloodline sorcerer, although his body was very strong, it depended on who he was compared to. Even if it was 1 against 2 last night, the succubus and Phyllis would still lose. Since Phyllis did not want to let him go, Su Len naturally would not refuse. He smiled and slid his fingers down the smooth silk quilt. Phyllis, who was resting, trembled slightly when she felt the smooth, plump softness in his hand. Su Len, who had just woken up, was full of energy. He once again discussed the mysteries of life with Phyllis. Phyllis had realized that something was wrong. She struggled weakly to escape, but was easily caught by Su Luen. Su Luen patted the peach that was as plump as a full moon. Phew! It was clear and melodious. Then, he used his arm to help her position it into a triangular structure with the bed. A triangular structure was the most stable structure, and it was perfect for a cannon. Soon, a melodious sound came from the room. The sun was high in the sky. Su Len finally came out of his room. The air was filled with the smell of heather. Reaching out his hand, he slapped the perky peaches of the 2 blushing personal maids. After that, Su Len walked towards the dining room delightedly. After becoming a Grand Duke, Sullen's life did not change much. He still lived the same life as before. Of course, there was one more activity now, which was to learn about puzzles and magi knowledge. The system would sort out and summarize everything that happened in Beifeng Principality. All he needed to do was take a look at the way the council hall handled matters. If something important happened, the system interface would directly notify him. Sullen's job became much easier after he digitized the information of Beifeng Principality. Wizard Tower. A tall steel golem stood still. Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally completed the steel golem. The steel golem's strength was at grade 4, and its challenge level was 17. Hathaway got the technology to build the steel golem from the tower spirit in the secret realm. Hathaway snapped her fingers, and a flash of energy disappeared. Then the steel golem's eyes lit up slightly. Master! The steel golem bowed slightly. From today onwards, you are the guard of the Wizard Tower. The Milky Way will arrange things for you. Go! Hathaway waved her hand and said. The steel golem's heavy body turned around and walked away. In fact, although the steel golem was only at grade 4, there were many powerful golems that were upgraded and modified based on the steel golem. The most famous was a golem construct during the Arcane Empire with the ability to transform and repair. This golem's body could transform and repair itself. As long as there was enough energy, it was very difficult to deal with. This technology was the top technology during the Arcane Empire. As long as it was not completely destroyed, it could gradually restore to its original appearance. It was even more shameless than the army of the undead. It was said that this technology was the top technology developed by the great arcanists and the technology of the Giths. It was usually used on high-end golems. This golem had a very strong self-repair ability and could play a very strong combat power in battle. Many times, you would spend a lot of effort to create some scars on it, but in the next second, it would restore to its original appearance. This kind of high-level golem generally appeared in the ruins of the ancient Arcane Empire. Many wizards found this kind of golem and wanted to study the formula of memory metal to use this metal to strengthen the golem puppet. But so far, no one had succeeded. Hathaway could now make the steel golem. Next, she would study the legendary golem. In fact, the legendary golem was the wizard's trump card. Your Excellency Hathaway, His Excellency Su Len wants to see you. The Milky Way's voice sounded. I know I'll go now. Hathaway moved her body and closed the laboratory. Hathaway went all the way to the top of the Wizard Tower, the astrology platform. At this time, Su Len was lying on a recliner and reading a spellbook. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Hathaway snapped her fingers, and another recliner flew directly to her side. Hathaway leaned back and lay down. I got a book, and I need you to take a look at it. Su Len dropped the spellbook in his hand. The spellbook flew by itself under a strange force and returned to its original position on the bookshelf in the room. Hearing that Su Len got another spellbook, Hathaway immediately became spirited. Last time, Su Len got a spellbook about magic tattoo techniques. Hathaway had only heard of this kind of high-level spell knowledge. The 2 books about magic tattoo techniques could be said to have benefited her a lot. Now that Su Len got another spellbook, Hathaway was naturally full of expectations. What spellbook? What kind of spell book? Su Len smiled slightly, and then took out the book, The Theory and Making of Riddles, from his storage space. Here, it's this one. The Theory and Making of Riddles was a silver-white book. It looked very precious. Hathaway quickly reached out and took it. After seeing the Nesser title on the book's surface, her body instantly jumped up like a spring. This is the method of making riddles? Hathaway exclaimed. She stared at Su Len without blinking. Su Len yawned, stretched and said, Isn't it written on the cover? Why are you asking me? You don't know Nesser? Of course I know it. I taught you Nesser. I'm asking if this book really has information about riddles, Hathaway asked. Would you believe me if I said it now? You'll know when you see it for yourself. Su Len rolled his eyes at her. Hathaway flipped through the book suspiciously. Riddles contained a lot of information, and it was not a normal book. It was a magic book. Riddles was made of a strange material. Although it looked like paper, after careful inspection, one would find that it was two completely different things. Riddles did not contain everything about riddles. In fact, it contained a lot of knowledge that extended to many different fields. Since this book dared to name itself The Theory and Making of Riddles, the knowledge contained in it was all-encompassing. Su Len even suspected that the author of this book was not an ordinary arcanist. When Su Len read the book, he found that if one's mind power and intelligence did not meet the requirements, they would not be able to understand the content. There was a strange magic in this book. It seemed to be able to categorize the mind power and intelligence of the reader. Not everyone was qualified to read this book. Take Boulder and Johnson for example. Their brains were full of muscles, so they couldn't open this book at all. This thing could be used as an intelligence detector. Of course, even if one was qualified to read this book, it did not mean that one would be able to understand it after reading it. This book was a magical item. To read it, one would need to concentrate his mind power, which would consume a lot of his mind power. To understand this book, not only did it require a lot of wizardry knowledge, but it also required the reader to have high intelligence and power. Even if Andre were to read this book, he could only scratch his head and not know where to start. Hathaway flipped through the book and immediately found that this book was different. She frowned and began to read it. Many words automatically appeared on the cover of Riddles. There were also many special symbols that were formed by golden lines. As she read, the lines would automatically form various complicated rune patterns and diagrams. Hathaway could not move her eyes away from the first time she read it. Although this book did not look thick, it contained a lot of knowledge. If all of it was recorded in words, it would take a few million or even tens of millions of words. Su Len spent a week reading about 500,000 to 600,000 words. It was not that he did not want to read more, but that he did not have enough knowledge. If he forced himself to read it, he would find that he could recognize all the words, but could not understand the meaning when they were connected. This was the problem of not having enough professional knowledge. The more Su Len wanted to read this book, the more he needed to learn the other basic knowledge and read it. This method was too time-consuming. He wanted to find Hathaway to find a teacher who could explain it. P.S. Thank you to book friend Long Tengua Xiao, Cici Makujio, Yun Xiao Shurfan, Emin, I Like Martial Arts, Sockfield, Pain in the Dark, Nightmare Bodyguard, Are You Alright? Shangguan Chuha Q. Ice, 350 degrees C, The Beauty of Poetry, Isa, Ashima More Popular, Crazy Me, Nameless Emo Chen, Unforgettable Thoughts of Death, Nangong Shu, Floating Dreams Short and Small, I Am Not Short and Not Small. Sa Zhu, Treasured Spear Edge Sharpened, Yang Shua, Huang Junming, Forgotten Darkness, Heaven Rewards the Diligent Book Friend, Floating Dreams Thanks. Thank you to book friend Rotson, Isa for your rewards. Thank you to CC Scar of the Heavens for your rewards. Floating Dreams thanks again. Happy New Year to all book friends who support Floating Dreams. Chapter 390. Hathaway's reading speed was not fast. Seeing that she was reading seriously, Su Len did not disturb her. Instead, he picked up another book from the shelf and began to read. After about 2 hours, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief and closed the book. After exiting from that state, Hathaway only felt a sense of exhaustion. Her temples were slightly swollen and painful. Just now, she had finished reading, and her power of will and magic were severely depleted. How do you feel? Su Len walked over and gently pressed her temples with his fingers. Hathaway moaned comfortably and closed her eyes in enjoyment. Phew. After a while, Hathaway let out a long sigh of relief. I feel much better now. When I put down the book just now, I felt like my head was going to explode. Sulen smiled. You read for too long. I only read for half an hour each time, and then I rest for a while before continuing. You read for more than 2 hours in one go. Of course your head is going to explode. Don't force yourself in the future, Hathaway said with a frown. What did you learn? Sulen asked. Hathaway frowned. I learned a lot, but I think I still need to wait a while before I can understand the riddle. The content of this book is too profound. Explain it to me when you've mastered it. I still have a lot of things I don't understand, Sulen said as he massaged her. Okay, I'll find you a few books later. The knowledge in those books is all prerequisite knowledge. You need to master it. Hathaway's body curled up in Sulen's arms and changed into a more comfortable position. Although your basic knowledge is lacking, your talent for learning is really good. As long as you fill in the basic knowledge, it won't be hard for you to catch up with me. In reality, apart from the limitation of aptitude, the requirement of intelligence was also very high. Many powerful wizards had the ability of encyclopedic knowledge. Wizards with this kind of talent would be heavily nurtured as long as they were discovered during their apprenticeship period. Every time, they would be the target of many wizards when they were recruiting disciples. Above the talent of encyclopedic knowledge, there was an even more powerful talent called eidetic memory. With this talent, as long as one didn't die prematurely, becoming a legendary wizard was basically something that was set in stone. With this talent, they could master a lot of knowledge, and the Wizard Academy would fully support them. Hathaway had the encyclopedic knowledge talent, which allowed her to easily master a lot of knowledge. Retentive memory was a rare talent. A Wizard Academy might not even have one in 100 or 200 years. Okay. Sulen looked at the list of books that Hathaway had made. Those books were almost as tall as him. With so many books to learn, it was no wonder that wizards were all otakus. After a simple lunch with Hathaway, Sulen went to the training ground. He had not slacked off on his combat skills for a long time. When he arrived at the training ground, Sulen saw that Phyllis was already training in a hunting suit. Although Phyllis was a princess, she was not delicate at all during training. She had a serious look on her face as she practiced with the half-elf ranger. To be honest, the skills of human warriors were not suitable for Phyllis, so Sulen let the drow warrior and the half-elf ranger teach her combat skills together. Sulen did not go to the training ground. Instead, he stood not far away and watched for a while. Phyllis swung her long sword very vigorously. She was much stronger than before, and her footsteps were also very nimble. What she lacked now was combat experience. Looks like the effect of the dragon blood baptism is not bad. Sulen looked at Phyllis up and down with satisfaction. Her slender waist and plump butt were not bad. The recovery ability of the dragon pulse is good. Sulen nodded with satisfaction. After the awakening of the dragon pulse, a person's physique, strength, reflexes, and so on would be strengthened. It was an all-round improvement. Dragon warlocks were different from normal spellcasters. They usually learned a lot of melee combat skills. It could be said that a dragon warlock was not inferior to a warrior in melee combat. Compared to wizards, a dragon warlock had a lot less spells. When faced with a large number of enemies, they would have to pick up a sword and kill directly after using up their spells. Generally speaking, a wizard who could not fight in melee like Gandalf was not a good wizard. Of course, there were not many wizards who could fight like Gandalf, but Gandalf's fighting style was very suitable for a dragon warlock. Sulen stood aside and watched Phyllis train with the half-elven ranger. Since the awakening of the dragon pulse, Phyllis's physique had improved significantly. The half-elven ranger in charge of teaching was also shocked. As Phyllis's teacher, he was very surprised by Phyllis's performance. In less than half a month, Phyllis had gone from a weak girl who had just learned how to hold a weapon to an elite warrior. Was her talent really that good? Okay, take a break, Sulen said to the group. Yes, Lord Duke. The training stopped. Phyllis, just training is not enough. If you want to become stronger, you need to undergo some training on the battlefield. After a while, I will let someone take you to participate in the cleaning of the territory. You should be able to easily deal with those goblins, kobolds, and gnolls. Sulen looked at the heroic Phyllis and said. Phyllis drew a beautiful sword with one hand and said confidently, "I will do my best." After the establishment of the North Wind Principality, the construction of the Northgard city did not stop. All kinds of projects were carried out step by step. A few people in black cloaks walked through the crowd. Their attire was not eye-catching in the Northgard city, and many mercenaries and adventurers liked to dress up like this. As the largest city in the northern wastelands, there were many adventurers who went to the northern wastelands in search of ancient ruins or rare materials. A small market similar to the black market of Kalant City had gradually formed in Northgard City. It was often used to trade things brought out from ruins or materials found in the northern wastelands. Su Len did not ban this spontaneous market. Instead, he sent a few tax officers to collect taxes. He didn't care what people were trading, but they had to pay taxes. At first, there were some who did not pay because they were strong, but soon, they were taught a lesson by the powerful military of Northgard City. These people in black cloaks came to the market. They were very interested in all kinds of things that came out from ruins. "Have you heard? The Grand Duke is going to build a wizard academy here." A young man in a black cloak picked up a piece of metal from the stall and said. Another person in a black cloak nodded and said, "I heard. Are you going to join?" "I haven't decided yet, but if the pay is good, I will consider joining," the young man said. The young man said. Then he waved the injured metal shard and asked the stall owner, "How much is this metal shard?" 10 kinner. The stall owner was an adventurer in his 30s. He was wearing a shabby leather armor and had a scar on his face. He looked a little down, but the light in his eyes showed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The young man paused for a moment and put the piece of metal back. "Hee, you can keep it for yourself." After that, he stood up and walked to another stall. The other person in a black cloak also left. "With our current strength, we will need a lot of resources to advance. It is almost impossible to rely on ourselves. If we want to advance, we have to join an organization." "Hee, of course I know that. But there is a problem. How can you be sure that we will not be used as cannon fodder if we join an organization?" The other person in a black cloak asked. "We have also studied the North Wind Principality and the personality of the Grand Duke. The probability is very small." The younger man in a black cloak said, "We've come all the way from the Southern Sea to here, and we've met quite a few wizard organizations along the way. However, those organizations don't trust foreign wizards. Even if you join them, you won't be treated well. Most of the time, you're just cannon fodder. They trust the wizard apprentices they've cultivated more than people like us." "Of course I know that. But you should know that those wizard organizations are all old forces. The most recent one has a history of almost 1,000 years. They have enough apprentices and all kinds of people. But Northwind City is different. I have already asked around. There are less than 10 wizards in Northwind City. They have no one to use. We do not have to worry about being used as cannon fodder." "All right, since you've already made up your mind, let's give it a try. If any of the Grand Dukes can offer decent conditions, I'll join the academy as well." The other Magus thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After hearing his companion's agreement, the black-cloaked wizard was very happy. "Then it is settled. After we are done here, we will go to the wizard tower to sign up." "Okay." The other wizard nodded and said, "Northwind City is not bad. The concentration of elements here is much higher than normal places. The northern wasteland has a lot of materials, and the price is much cheaper than the south. I heard that the legendary wizard has a botanical garden in his wizard tower. I don't know if it is true or not. I think it is true. Have you sensed the garden in the sky in the city? The concentration of elements there is even more shocking. Also, there are a lot of magic plants there. It is said that as long as you can join the Magic Academy, you will be able to get a small piece of land. You should know that it is a piece of land that can grow magic plants. I really admire that Grand Duke. The cost of building such a garden is shocking, and he is using it as a reward. Let's not go to the market today. Let's go sign up now. If we wait any longer, the Sky Garden might have already been divided up." Another wizard heard the news. He stopped walking around the market and left with his companions. Chapter 391. Su Len, Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Karina, Grace, and the others were all sitting together in the astrology platform of the Wizard Tower. Wizard Lorraine and Wizard Andre were also listening on the side. What did you say? Hathaway was stunned after hearing Sullen's words. It was obvious that Sullen's words had a huge impact on her. You're planning to officially open a wizard academy? And it's not going to be a teacher-student education system? Instead, it's going to be a classroom education system? As Hathaway's voice faded, the other people on the scene were also a little surprised. In this era, the education system was very low. Not to mention wizard academies. Even normal academies were educated like aristocrats and elites. If a wizard only taught a few students, the commoners wouldn't be able to read for the rest of their lives. Wizard academies were even more serious. They would usually select some apprentices to join the academy, and after some screening, they would accept the ones with the best qualifications. The rest of them would serve the academy as wizard apprentices. The probability of those wizard apprentices becoming high-ranking wizards was very low. Most of them would become low-ranking wizards to create value for the academy. Yes. Su Len nodded. He had already prepared for the establishment of a wizard academy a long time ago, but the conditions were not right yet. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to open a wizard academy." You should have noticed it by now. The elemental tide has begun again. The elemental tide has really begun. Hearing Sullen's words, the other spellcasters were stunned. As spellcasters, they naturally knew the meaning of the elemental tide. In the world of wizards, everything in the world was made up of energy. The whole world was filled with energy, but only a small part of this energy could be used by them. This was the elemental energy. Energy was not static because all the energy came from the original sea. Therefore, the elemental energy was constantly moving. Some of the original sea's movements were similar to the sea. Just like how the sea had its ebb and flow, the original sea also had its own way of moving. This was the elemental tide. When the elemental tide began, the concentration of elemental energy in the entire multiverse would slowly increase. This process of increase would continue for hundreds of years, and even many planes that were originally lacking in elemental energy would become rich in elemental energy. Of course, this was a good thing for wizards. This meant that it would be easier for them to increase their strength, and the world's upper limit would also increase. The material plane was like a fish pond. Before the elemental tide came, the water in the pond was not deep, and the shallow water could only support small fish and shrimps. After the elemental tide came, the water level in the pond would rise rapidly, creating an environment for the big fish to live in. Therefore, every time the elemental tide came, all kinds of legendary champions would emerge one after another like bamboo shoots after the rain. In history, there was no lack of talented geniuses, but they were born at the end of the elemental tide. Their elemental energy continued to decline until it finally fell to the freezing point. Then, they wasted their entire lives and were unable to enter the legendary realm. Now that they knew that the elemental tide was coming again, these spellcasters were naturally excited. What? You don't believe me? Then you can ask Hathaway. She's a legendary wizard. She should know more about the elemental tide than I do. Seeing the look in their eyes, Su Len said with a smile. Hathaway looked at them and nodded. During this period of time, the concentration of elemental energy has been slowly rising. The probability of the elemental tide coming is very high. After hearing Hathaway's words, a trace of joy flashed in the eyes of these spellcasters. It was obvious that they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the elemental tide. After getting the confirmation, everyone kept talking. Dong dong dong. Seeing that these people were getting further and further away from the topic, Su Len could only knock on the table and remind them. Today, we are discussing about the Wizard Academy. You can discuss the elemental tide in private. Ah yes, sir. Everyone stopped talking. After the hall became quiet again, Su Len continued, there's another benefit of the elemental tide. The number of people with the potential to become a wizard will increase. There are now hundreds of thousands of people in the North Town City. There are many newborns with the potential to become a wizard. We must make use of them. Quite a few wizards have come to North Town City these days. Although most of them are low-ranking wizards, they don't know many spells, and they aren't very powerful. The knowledge they have accumulated is very valuable. If the North Wind Duchy wants to develop, we need a lot of talents. Also, we have built the largest wizard tower in the Northern Wasteland, but we don't have enough wizard apprentices to do the daily work. The maintenance of the wizard tower can't all rely on the puppet golems. Although they are very useful, there are still some details that they can't handle. A functioning adept tower requires a large number of apprentice adepts and low-grade adepts. We don't use the aristocratic elite education method because although it's good, the efficiency is too low. A wizard usually teaches 6 to 7 wizard apprentices. It's too slow compared to the big classroom education method. Also, this kind of big classroom education method doesn't have high requirements for the teachers. Although the old way didn't teach many wizard apprentices, it took up a lot of time. After all, not all wizard apprentices have the same learning speed. Now that we're following the big classroom style of education, this kind of situation is rare. We can divide these apprentices into several stages. Every wizard only needs to take out a class every day to teach them in turn, and those apprentice wizards will be able to obtain a large amount of knowledge. Under this kind of education method, the wizard apprentices will have enough time to do all kinds of research and learning. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Su Len explained the benefits of this kind of education method. As soon as he finished speaking, Karina continued, "Lord Duke, the method you're talking about does have a lot of benefits, but it also has a lot of problems. The most important thing is that the success rate of wizard apprentices who use this method to become a high-ranking wizard will decrease. You know, the value of a high-ranking wizard is more than 100 low-ranking wizards and wizard apprentices. This kind of education method will cause a gap in the high-end fighting power of our northern town city." Su Len smiled and said, "Karina, I understand your concern, but it's not impossible to solve. Just like you said, if the success rate of becoming a high-ranking wizard is decreased, then we can increase the number of wizard apprentices. We can increase the number of wizard apprentices who can successfully become a high-ranking wizard apprentice. But there aren't many wizard apprentices in the first place. Even if there's an elemental tide, there won't be many wizard apprentices. It won't reach the level you're talking about." Su Len laughed in his heart. Of course, the elemental tide alone wouldn't be enough, but with the bonus of the arcane garden and the arcane praise from the Duchy of North Wind, the number of wizard apprentices in the northern town city would increase by a few times. With such a base number of wizard apprentices, even if they used the big classroom education method, they wouldn't have to worry about not having enough wizard apprentices to become high-ranking wizards. That's not necessarily true. Su Len smiled mysteriously at him and continued, "If you're worried about the education in the big classroom, we can also give some of them individual tutoring. We can gather some of the wizard apprentices who have good potential and give them special treatment. We can train them as elites. This way, the number of wizard apprentices who can become high-ranking wizards will definitely increase." After hearing Sullen's solution, everyone thought it was a good idea. "Also, we will build a golem workshop in the future, as well as some other workshops. This will require a lot of labor, including polishing the parts of the golem, assembling the structure of the golem, arranging the rune paths, and so on. These parts can be done by wizard apprentices. If we can form a production line, then the wizard apprentices will only need to activate the golem workshop. In that case, the wizards only need to be responsible for the most important activation and charging parts. This way we can increase efficiency," Su Len said with a smile. This kind of education method could provide a lot of manpower for the northern town city. The northern town city didn't lack people who worked at the bottom. What the wizard tower needed was skilled labor. To Su Len, the wizard apprentices were like tools. They didn't need to be strong or have ideas. They just needed to work according to Sullen's requirements. That's right, Su Len was now getting closer to capitalists. In order to build the academy, we're going to recruit more wizards as teachers. We've also discussed the conditions. As long as they pass the exam, they can join our wizard academy. After gathering the opinions of others, the Northwind Principality officially started the Northwind Academy. At the same time, many wandering wizards came here in advance. After hearing about the benefits of the Northwind Academy, many wizards went to sign up. After everything was arranged, Su Len began to busy himself with other things. Su Len sent 2 construction teams to build the Wizard Academy. The others were also busy. Hathaway was mainly learning the knowledge of Enigma. Once she mastered the knowledge of Enigma, she would build Enigma around the Wizard Tower. Alex was in charge of the Mystery Realm, and Chris was in charge of the Underground World. Karina and Grace helped Su Len manage the city. Everything in the northern town city was developing in an orderly manner. In addition, Su Len also planned to upgrade the academy in the northern town city. In the past, the academy in the northern town city was called an academy, but in reality, it was used to train low-level officials. Now, Sulan wanted to train more people. The northern town city was limited by the lack of talents when it was first developed. If the North Wind Principality wanted to develop quickly, it naturally needed to train more talents. Chapter 392. The academy in Northern Town was not big at first. In the beginning, there were only 2 or 3 scholars as teachers. After several expansions, the number of teachers was less than 20. Now that the number of officials in Northern Town was almost enough, he planned to turn the academy into a school. When he built Northern Town, Sulan promised the soldiers that he would build a school in the future so that the children of the soldiers could learn to read and learn. Now that Beifeng Principality had been built, he planned to fulfill his promise. In the arena. It was the only place in Northern Town where legal duels could be held. It was as lively as ever. There were a lot of mercenaries and adventurers in the city. Usually, these people who lived on the edge of blades had bad tempers. They would start a fight if they had a disagreement. Because of the strict laws in Northern Town, these people did not dare to fight in public. Therefore, they would come here to arrange a duel. Because of this, there were often single elimination matches in the arena. The officials of Northern Battlefront City were quite supportive of this. This was because these single elimination matches would attract a lot of spectators. The officials would directly sell tickets in the arena. Some of the more famous ones would even set up bets for the matches. Now, the arena had become a stable industry. When there were no duels, the officials would arrange for some gladiators to fight. Martial arts were popular in Northern Town, so the arena was very popular here. The arena in Northern Town could hold 3,000 to 5,000 people at most. The ticket price was from 3 to 5 silver nars. The VIP seats were as high as 1 kinner. There were not many entertainment activities in this era. Apart from taverns, seafood merchants, bards, and circuses, there were only gladiator fights. Traveling poets and circuses rarely came to Northern Town. The cheapest drink in the taverns cost at least 3 copper coins, and the amount was not much either. It would be gone in a few mouthfuls. It was not affordable for ordinary people, so the gladiator arena was more exciting. Today, the gladiator arena was packed with people. 2 people were fighting in the gladiator arena. There were several types of fights in the gladiator arena. The most common type was the performance type. This type of gladiator arena was very exciting and had many rules. Although there were casualties, it was very low. The other kind was the arranged duel. This kind of duel often had casualties. So many people liked to watch it. However, it was not every day. Today, it was an exhibition fight in the arena. However, unlike the hot-blooded shouts of the past, many people were whispering to each other today. Is this true? Of course it's true. The City Hall has already announced it on the bulletin board. The Academy is officially open to the citizens of the Northern Battlefront City. As long as you are a citizen of the Northern Battlefront City, you are eligible to enroll. Really? Do you have any other requests? There are no requirements. Also, if your family has a family member in the military, you can waive your tuition fees. The school will provide you with 1 meal a day, and the school will last for 5 years. This is the Grand Duke's promise to us. Since the establishment of the Duchy of North Wind, Sulan had been addressed as Grand Duke. More and more people began to praise Sulan's great achievements. After all, the entire North Town was built because of Sulan, and they could live such a good life because of Sulan. The people at the grassroots level were actually very easy to satisfy. If you're not a citizen of Northern Battlefront City, you won't be able to enjoy such treatment. A bearded man beside him said excitedly. The City Hall has already explained the situation in detail. The teachers in charge of teaching are the ones who taught the officials before. What does this mean? The people around him looked at him curiously. However, the bearded man was no longer in a hurry. The other man next to him rolled his eyes and immediately picked up his own wine pot and handed it over, saying, "Brother, brother, you drink." "How can I?" The bearded man gave him a thoughtful look. He reached out and took the wine jug, then raised his head and took a big gulp. "Ah, this feels good." The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief and said with an intoxicated look, "You've drunk the wine. Hurry up and tell us." Someone beside him urged. "What's the rush?" The bearded man closed the wine jug and moved his body for the man, then said, "Think about it. Those teachers used to teach the officials. Now, they're teaching the students. Are they teaching the ordinary students? You're saying? A hint of surprise flashed across the faces of the surrounding people who were still somewhat at a loss. Right. The bearded man chuckled. They're recruiting probationary officials. Hiss. Hearing that the riddle had been solved, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Probationary officials. They were officials. Although the treatment of officials in Northern Town City was not as good as that of soldiers, soldiers had their risks. Look, Northern Town City is big enough. It only took 2 years. Our Grand Duke will definitely continue to expand his territory. In a few years, he will definitely build more cities. How will the officials in the city come? Won't they be trained in this school? The bearded man said with a smile. In this era it was very difficult to cross the social class. Naturally, people were very willing to cross the social class in this way. Su Len did not expect that the establishment of his school would be interpreted in this way by these people. However, even if he knew, he would not refute the rumors. Sometimes the more you refute a rumor, the more people would believe it. Of course, he could not say that it was a rumor. After all, if the Duchy of Northern Wind continued to expand, these people would definitely be transferred to serve as low-level officials. You think that's all? At this time, a nearby soldier who looked like a city guard said with a smile. Not only that. I heard that Northern Town City will start to check all the children in the city this year. The purpose is to select children with the potential to become wizards. If your children can pass the test, I'm telling you, you'll definitely earn a lot. They have the chance to become wizards. TSK. This is a great opportunity to reach the sky in one step. I heard that there are no restrictions on the selection. As long as you live in Northern Town City, you can join. Hearing this, the others were stunned for a moment. Then they said with joy, "Is that true?" "Of course it is. I'm going to go back and register my son." "I'm going back too." For a moment, these people did not have the time to watch the performance. They turned around and left the arena. If a wizard appeared in a family, it was like reaching the sky in one step. Wizards were born to be nobles. Once they had the potential to become wizards, they would instantly become the upper class of society. For those who lived in the lower class of society, the temptation was too great. Northern Town City was full of discussions. All kinds of news spread quickly. All the topics were about the Northern Town City Academy that was about to open. As the ruler of Northern Wind Duchy, Sullen's every move had already affected the thoughts of everyone in Northern Town City. And what Su Luen had done in the past had proved himself. The people in Northern Town City followed Su Len blindly. When they heard that Su Len was going to establish the academy himself, they immediately thought that it was a very promising thing. So now, many people in Northern Town City were rubbing their hands and preparing to send their children to the academy. Even if they did not have a son, they wanted to send their talented and smart relatives to the academy. Unknowingly, the most promising group of people in Northern Town City gathered together with Sullen's simple policy. The number of talents that could be born in the future would determine how stable Northern Wind Duchy's foundation would be. The sun was scorching. The scorching sun was scorching the earth. Northern Wind Duchy kept going west. After passing through the lonely forest, the land gradually became barren. This was the trade route from Northern Wind Duchy to the western countries. To the southwest was the desert kingdom of Am. After passing through the desert kingdom was Gondor. To the north of Gondor was the Dwarven Kingdom, which was a stretch of mountains. It was said that there were 3 Dwarven kingdoms in this mountain range. The Iron Hill Dwarven Kingdom, the Iron Furnace Dwarven Kingdom, and the Riptide Dwarven Kingdom. The Lonely Forest was a very special place. There were some dead magic areas. To put it simply, the elemental energy in this area was very chaotic, or there was no elemental energy at all. It was difficult for spellcasters to cast spells here. There was a high chance of failure, and even if the spell was cast successfully, it would consume a lot of energy. There were many fierce beasts and some magic creatures living in this place. There were also some relics left from the Arcane Empire in this forest. It was said that this forest used to be a battlefield in the Arcane Empire. The scars caused by the battle had not been repaired until now, and there was even serious pollution left behind. Countless adventurers who wanted to get the treasures of the Arcane Empire tried to enter here, but few came back alive. Of course, there were also rumors that a god had actually fallen in the depths of the lonely forest. Of course, no one knew whether this was true or not. Some people claimed that there was a secret realm in the depths of the forest, which hid the treasures of the great arcanists. The sun was scorching, the temperature was very high, and the surrounding environment was very barren. After passing through the lonely forest, it gradually became desolate. It was a dry Gobi desert, where some gnolls and orcs lived. The cruel environment made the monsters here fierce and powerful, and there were even legendary monsters among them. The gnolls here also believed in the king of gnolls on the 422nd floor of the abyss, Yeenagu. In the abyss, Yeenagu was not a very powerful abyss lord, but no one could underestimate him. The king of gnolls was not alone. He also conquered another abyss lord, the king of ghouls, by force. He had been active for thousands of years under the pressure of the succubus queen and the Tauren king. Although the succubus queen and the Tauren king had other enemies, it also showed that Yeenagu still had some skills. And there was a rumor that Yeenagu had a powerful artifact in his hand, the time chain. Of course, this artifact was not complete. It only had 3 chain hammers. Some people said that the time chain in Yeenagu's hand was just a replica. Chapter 393. It was still uncertain whether the 3-headed flail in Yeenagu's hand was a divine artifact or not, but he had been searching for the parts of the flail of time to restore this powerful divine artifact. However, many people did not want this divine artifact to be restored. Whoosh! An arrow flew across the sky and instantly pierced a gnoll with khaki fur. The powerful force directly penetrated its body and sank deep into the hard Gobi desert. Su Luan shot and killed a Jack Allen scout that was following him. He pulled his cloak over his body to block the sandstorm outside. Su Len did not bring anyone else out this time. It was more convenient for him to ride the Pegasus alone. The strong wind blew by, and the Pegasus shook its head and snorted. Obviously, it did not like this environment. Su Len took out a shabby parchment map from the storage space. He opened it and looked at it. The map was very simple. There was no standard way to make a map in this era. Most of the time, he could only guess while looking at it. This map was sent by a caravan. Because Su Len issued a message to buy the Battle Soul Stone, a month had passed and the caravan had not received the Battle Soul Stone. They only received this map and some news. The map recorded a ruin in the desert. It was said that in this ruin, there might be a Battle Soul Stone. It was said that this ruin was destroyed in a war. Both sides could be said to have perished together. The probability of a Battle Soul Stone being born in such a large battlefield was very high. After Su Len learned about this situation, he planned to explore the ruin himself. The deeper he went into the Gobi Desert, the fewer traces of surrounding plants there were. Some desert plants such as camel thorns struggled to grow in this cruel environment. However, as he went deeper, even camel thorns, which were tenacious plants, became fewer and fewer. In the end, the Gobi Desert became a desert. A gust of wind came out, and the yellow sand danced in the sky. There was almost no green in front of him. This was the result of the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods in ancient times. This was part of the main battlefield. Many once glorious cities were now buried under yellow sand. At that time, the various magic energies released by the two sides changed the world. The originally rich land became a barren desert. The rivers dried up, and the land was desertified. That desert was not the largest desert in the world. Continuing to the west in the south of the continent, there was a vast desert that stretched for thousands of miles. It was called the Death Sand Sea. That was the largest desert. That desert was the most intense battlefield between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods. It was almost impossible to survive in the Death Sand Sea. Although thousands of years had passed, the damage caused by the war still affected the place. The elemental energy was chaotic, and there were even some spatial cracks. Some places caused by the war between the two sides. The death. Fortunately, Su Luan's target this time was not the Death Sand Sea, which was a place where even legendary masters could die if they were not careful. Although the desert Su Luan came to this time was not small, the degree of danger was not so high. Although the desert kingdom of Am claimed that the whole desert was their territory, in fact, the area under their control was only the western and southern parts of the desert, where the desertification was not serious. There were also some large oases in the desert. As for the rest, it was occupied by various small forces. The Druids had a high status in the desert. Since the land became a desert, many Druids who believed in nature came here. They used their own power to transform the desert. They had not stopped for hundreds of years. Many oases in the desert were transformed by these Druids. Because the energy left over from the war had not dissipated, it also made the transformation of the desert difficult. These druids were believers of the goddess of nature. It took a lot of effort to transform a desert area into an oasis. For others, crossing the desert alone was a very dangerous act, but for Su Len, it was not difficult. The most dangerous thing in the desert was to get lost and not find an oasis to resupply. Sullen's storage space was filled with all kinds of supplies, enough for him to eat for a few months. With some spells, Su Len could easily identify the direction in the desert. Su Len did not let the Pegasus fly. It was difficult to identify the position in the desert. If he wanted to find the ruins in the desert, he could only explore it bit by bit. Although the flight was fast, some things buried under the desert could not be found at all. After the Pegasus retracted its wings, its appearance was no different from an ordinary horse. However, it was enhanced and its eyes were smart. There was no need to worry about being discovered. It was a kind of self-protection. After entering the desert, Su Len walked in the desert for 2 days. Along the way, besides the yellow sand, there were some white bones. Some of the white bones looked very strange. Su Len found several camels kneeling on the ground. There were no wounds on their bodies and they did not struggle. Under the continuous sand dunes, some broken buildings were buried. These buildings were seriously damaged. Many of them could not be seen clearly. The surroundings were buried by yellow sand. It was very difficult to dig them out. Excavating the ruins in the desert needed to be careful of quicksand. As long as the sand collapsed while excavating, one could be buried alive if one was not careful. Moreover, there might not be enough rewards in these ruins. There were often all kinds of dangers in the ruins of the Arcane Kingdom. Su Len simply rummaged through the ruins. This was not what he was looking for. Su Len also found a lot of traces of fire around the ruins. Obviously, this ruin had been visited by many people. Even if it was excavated, it might not be able to get anything. After a simple check, Su Len rode the Pegasus and continued to move forward. When the sun set, a touch of green finally appeared in the distance. It was an oasis. After seeing the oasis, Su Len was shocked. He patted the Pegasus's neck gently. The Pegasus neighed, its 4 hooves flew, and it quickly galloped toward the green. How fast was the Pegasus? Although it did not gallop at full speed, the green in the distance was also expanding rapidly. Soon Su Len saw it clearly. It was a forest of haloxylon trees. Farther away, there were many poplar trees. The poplar trees were arranged neatly. Obviously, they were not naturally formed, but planted. Seeing this, Su Len knew that he had found an oasis. Although he could live in the desert, no one wanted to face the yellow sand for a long time. If there was an oasis, naturally, he would not miss it. As the Pegasus approached quickly, a broken city wall made of sand and stone appeared in front of him. The city wall was not high, about 6 or 7 meters. The city wall was severely weathered. Some people were coming in and out of the city gate. Some caravans led camels into the city. Although the oasis was not very big and the city wall was dilapidated, it was very prosperous inside. There were many caravans coming and going. Su Len saw many merchants hawking on the street. The buildings in the city were also made of sand and stone. They looked rough. Su Len dismounted and led the Pegasus slowly to the city. The inspection of the city was not strict. Several soldiers stood at the door. A fat tax officer was checking and recording with a pen. A caravan leader nodded and bowed to the tax officer. Su Len saw that when the two of them bowed, the merchant nimbly put a heavy bag of money into the tax officer's arms. After the tax officer felt the heavy bag in his arms, he waved his hand in satisfaction and let the caravan enter. Su Len slowly followed behind the caravan. Soon, after a simple inspection, they finally entered the city. There were people from all over the continent in this city. They were communicating with each other in different accents. Fortunately, Su Len had the ability to understand languages. This was the power given to him by his divinity. With the ability to understand languages, Su Len could communicate with any intelligent creature. In fact, other than understanding languages, there was also a spell called all-night writing. However, this spell was not commonly used. Only wizards could learn it. This spell was often used in ruins exploration. There were too many types of ancient writing. Even wizards could not remember all of them. The most eye-catching things in the city were the domes. The domes looked like big peaches. This was the unique architectural style of the desert area. In the center of the domes, there was a tall metal pointer. In the center of the city was the desert temple. At the top of the temple, there was a golden sun. In the sun, there was a pattern similar to an eye. That was the church of the sun god. The clergy of the sun god had always been an important field of competition among the gods. Almost every divine system would have a god involved in the sun. Every god named sun god was very powerful. In this world alone, there were 3 gods involved in the sun: the Lord of Dawn, the Lord of Light, and the god of Sky and Sunday. The temple in front of them was the church of the god of space and sun in the desert divine system. This was a powerful god. He was involved in the fields of the sun, protection, and revenge. This was a god of the neutral camp. He had the most followers in the desert divine system. The desert divine system was an outsider during the time of the ancient arcane kingdom. It was said that their original world was destroyed for some reason and they had to leave. Many of these people were slaves captured by the arcane kingdom. The relationship between the desert divine system and other divine systems was not harmonious. There was a fierce war between the 2 sides. However, the desert divine system only lived in the desert and did not expand. The 2 sides finally reached a tacit understanding. There were often various battles between the other gods on the continent. The desert divine system had always been watching coldly. Su Len found a clean hotel in the city to stay. Then he arranged the Pegasus and went to the nearby tavern to inquire about the news. It was very difficult to find a place in the desert. After all, there was no obvious reference in the desert. Sometimes after a sandstorm, the environment would change greatly. It was not easy to determine the location of the ruins. There were often caravans passing through the desert. These people walked in the desert all year round and knew a lot of information. Chapter 394. It wasn't a simple task to excavate relics in the desert. In a desert environment like this, if there weren't any professionals, one would be buried if the sand was dug too deep. Other than a guide, Su Len also needed to hire a group of workers to help him excavate the ruins. This oasis city was called Hulta, which meant outpost. It was the first oasis to enter and exit the desert. Caravans and adventurers from all over the world could be seen here. Every year, monks would come here to travel or do ascetic practices. In order to temper their will, many martial monks would deliberately go to some areas with extremely harsh environments to practice on foot. Su Luan saw several bald heads in the city. Most of these monks were wearing old clothes, and their hands were covered with calluses. Although they did not wear heavy armor or weapons, none of them were below grade 3. Most of these monks had made the poverty oath. Many of them wanted to become ascetics, but only a few succeeded in the end. Su Luan walked through the bustling street and wandered alone in the streets and alleys here. His eyes swept around from time to time. Soon he found his target here. It was a tavern. Outside the tavern, a shabby sign was waving in the wind. Shadow Howl. The tavern was not in a very good location, and the outside was also shabby. A few rats scurried through the garbage next to it. Su Len frowned and walked into the alley. He came to the tavern's door and pushed it open. When the door of the tavern was pushed open, a burst of noise immediately came out. Unlike the outside, the inside of the tavern was very lively. What surprised Su Luan the most was that there were more than a dozen maids in revealing clothes here. The tavern was full. The guests were toasting and drinking loudly. Among these guests, there were mercenaries, dwarves, thieves, and even desert bandits. Su Luan also saw some orcs and barbarians. The maids were like butterflies flying around the tables. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 screams and laughter, followed by a series of curses. There was no need to guess. "A cup of Heart of Flames, please." Su Len sat down on the bar counter and tossed a nar over. His arrival attracted the attention of some people around him. Su Len didn't look like a mercenary. In a dark corner, a few eyes glanced back and forth at Sullen's clothes and money bag from time to time, judging whether this person was a fat sheep, whether he was strong or not, and whether he was worth their time. In the corner of the tavern, there were several figures hidden in the darkness. They were shadow dancers, an advanced class of rogues. They were proficient in assassination and liked to use curved swords and daggers. They were the best assassins and assassins. As long as they were paid well, there was no one they didn't dare to kill. Of course, daring to kill and being able to kill were 2 different things. A few fierce-looking desert swordsmen with scars on their faces glanced at Su Len from time to time. This was a profession unique to the desert. They used scimitars, worked with agility, and attacked very quickly. At this time, one of the swordsmen was shaving with a knife. His eyes fell on Sullen's bulging pocket from time to time, and a trace of uncontrollable greed flashed in his eyes from time to time. As soon as Su Len entered the tavern, he felt the malicious gazes around him. Even the human mercenaries were secretly communicating with each other. The Shadow Wailing Tavern belonged to the dark corner of the city. It was said that the tavern was supported by the Shadow Brotherhood. The Shadow Brotherhood was also notorious on the continent. Your heart of flames. A scantily dressed maid put a glass of strong liquor in front of Su Len. She even deliberately sat on his lap with a big, white, and soft peach. The pair of huge breasts in front of her chest almost hid his face. Her eyes were hot and full of provocation. Her small tongue licked her bright red lips as if she was looking at a delicious food. Su Len took the wine glass. He was not interested in this maid. Although this body had a good figure and was beautiful, Su Len, who had been spoiled for a long time, did not like to be with others. Moreover, the strong dark aura showed that this woman was either a vampire or a sucking demoness. She was not only lusting after his body, but also his life essence. After casually sending her away, Su Len picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. This heart of flames was made with vodka and a few other spices. Drinking it was like drinking fire. When he put down the glass, he used a little force, and the glass was slightly dented. The bar counter of the tavern was made of iron oak wood. It was tough and sturdy. After seeing Su Len casually use the glass to leave a dent on the table, the people who had been watching him looked away. Although these people in the tavern were not good people, they still had good eyesight. They knew what they were capable of and what kind of enemies they could not provoke. If they did not have good eyesight, they would not have survived. They would have been buried in the endless sandstorm outside the city. I want to ask for some information. Sullen's fingers tapped rhythmically on the bar counter. Sir, what information do you want to ask for? The tavern owner looked at the glass on the table. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes. Have you found any ancient ruins around this city recently? Su Len asked. The tavern owner shook his head. This is the periphery of the desert. There are very few ruins. No new ruins have been found in the past 3 years. Su Len nodded and continued to ask, You should have a map of this desert, right? I want a detailed map of this place. The oases and cities need to be marked on the map. Sure, but the price. The tavern owner heard Sullen's words and made an international gesture. How much? Su Len smiled. If he could solve it with money, then he would solve it with money. The tavern owner gestured with his hand. 50 kinnar. Not only are there oases and cities marked on the map, but there are also some ruins. Sure. Su Len took out a bag and threw it on the bar counter. The sound of metal hitting metal came from the bag. This is the down payment. If I am satisfied with the map, I will give you the rest. The tavern owner reached out and grabbed the bag. He weighed it in his hand. There were at least 20 kinnar inside. The crisp and melodious sound of gold coins colliding attracted the attention of some people around. Their eyes, which had been turned away, once again looked at Su Len, but not as blatantly as before. The tavern owner looked satisfied and put away the bag. He got up and went into the room. After a while, he came out with a piece of parchment. This is the map you asked for. It should meet your requirements. Su Len took the parchment and opened it. All the cities and most of the oases in the desert were marked on the parchment. There were even many ruins marked on it. Su Len compared this map with the strategic map in his system. There were no mistakes. He nodded with satisfaction. The map he bought before only marked the approximate location of the ruins. With this more accurate map, it would be much easier to find the ruins. Not bad. This is your reward. Su Len nodded and put away the map. He threw a bag of money to the tavern owner and got up to leave. Just as Su Len left, a few people quietly followed him. With the map in hand, Su Len didn't need to stay here. He planned to go to the ruins as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to recruit some people. After all, how long would it take for him to excavate the ruins alone? It was easy to hire people in this desert city. Compared to other areas, the people at the bottom of the desert had a harder time. Adventurers Guild. Su Len saw many professionals here. Although the desert was dangerous, there were a lot of ruins buried in it. If they could bring something out of the ruins, they could easily sell it for a good price. Therefore, Many adventurers like to come here. Sir, how may I help you? A young man appeared in front of Su Len. Judging from his clothes, he was the receptionist of the Adventurers Guild. I need to recruit some people. Su Len looked at the receptionist and said, You want to issue a mission? Please come with me. Hearing Sullen's words, the receptionist's eyes lit up. He led Su Len to an office desk. After Su Len sat down, the receptionist smiled and said, Sir, what mission do you want to issue? This is a form. You can fill it out. Su Len took the form and looked at it. Then, he filled it out according to his requirements. After a few minutes, he finished filling out the form and handed it to the receptionist. Exploring ancient ruins? You need 200 people to excavate? You also need an adventurer team. The difficulty of this mission has reached the A level. You need to pay at least 2,000 kinner. Do you agree? The receptionist looked at the form Su Len filled out and said, 2,000 gold nars, huh? Yes. Su Len nodded and said, Since you agree, we will publish the mission information as soon as possible. Please tell us your contact address. If someone takes the mission, we will send someone to inform you. Su Len left 100 kinnar as a deposit, then left the address of the hotel. He turned and left the Adventurers Guild. It would take some time to recruit people. Su Len intended to study some maps while he still had time. He now had 2 maps in his hand. Su Len intended to combine these 2 maps with the map in his system to find the exact location of the ruins he was looking for. At the same time, he also had to prepare some tools needed for the exploration of the ruins. Although these underground ruins had been buried for thousands of years, as the ruins left from the era of the Arcane Empire, Su Len would not be careless. The desert environment was harsh, but being buried by sand was also a kind of protection. There were likely to be a lot of mechanisms and traps inside. Chapter 395. After sending off Su Len, the staff member of the Adventurers Union took the mission list to the back of the hall and handed it to a one-eyed man. The one-eyed man glanced at it and asked in a deep voice, What mission? Ruins exploration. Looking at the requirements, it should be a large ruins. The staff member handed over the mission list. Ha! The one-eyed man sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Ancient ruins exploration? If these ruins were so easy to explore, would we leave them to them? Maybe they're strong enough. The staff member next to him said with a smile. Then I wish them good luck. Just post it. 2,000 kinnar. This is not a small number. We can earn a commission. The one-eyed man shrugged and handed the mission list back. A few minutes later, an important mission appeared on the mission bulletin board. An A-level mercenary mission might not appear in a month, so naturally, it was hung in the most conspicuous place. A-level mercenary mission. Ancient ruins exploration? Recruiting 200 excavators. Recruiting experienced veterans. The minimum reward is 2,000 kinnar. The reward is quite generous, but the risk is a bit high. 2,000 kinnar. You can take it but not spend it. The mission board quickly attracted everyone's attention, but after seeing that the mission was to explore ancient ruins, many people chose to give up directly. Adventurers and mercenaries who often wandered in the desert knew the risks of exploring ancient ruins. Although the reward was generous, not many people were willing to sign up. There were not many who were sure that they could enter the ancient ruins and come out unscathed. It looks good. I'm a little short on money now. I can go and talk to him, a rogue hidden in a brown cloak said in a deep voice. 2,000 kinnar. A high-level warrior tidied up his armor and got up to check the bulletin board. At noon the next day, Su Len recruited some people. A high-level rogue, a high-level warrior, and a dwarf heavy armored warrior. Including Su Len, there were a total of 4 people. As for wizards and warlocks, there were few spellcasters in the Adventurers Union. Moreover, 2,000 kinnar was not attractive to spellcasters, let alone high-level priests and druids. In addition to these 3 people, the 200 workers recruited by Su Len were also recruited. After a simple meeting and discussion, Sullen's adventurer team left the city with a large number of materials on the morning of the 3rd day. 200 workers, 50 camels loaded with goods, and 3 high-level professions, led by Su Len, set out into the depths of the desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. The long team moved slowly in the desert. The speed of the team was not fast. The physical fitness of those ordinary people could not be compared with Sullen's at all. In this environment, the consumption of physical strength was very high. The deeper they went into the desert, the stronger the wind and sand. Sometimes, they would encounter terrible sandstorms. The feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth made even Su Len feel scared. Fortunately, there was a strategic map in the system, which found sandstorms in advance, giving them enough time to prepare and successfully avoided sandstorms. Of course, compared to the sandstorm, the quicksand was also very dangerous. The sand looked no different from ordinary sand, but once one stepped on it, they would quickly sink. If there was no rescue in time, they would soon be buried alive in the sand. In order to prevent people from accidentally falling into the quicksand, the workers used ropes to connect the people around them. This way, even if they fell into the quicksand, they would be held back by others. Su Len rode back and forth in the team. 50 camels carried a lot of materials. The weather was hot, and the whole team was very tired. "Captain, the weather is too hot. We need to take a rest." A rogue who was scouting outside came to Sullen's side and said, "I hate sand." Valadin the dwarf said in a muffled voice. He was a mountain dwarf, 53 years old this year. He had strong muscles and liked liquor. Su Len only used half a bottle of vodka to become good friends with him. Because of the dwarf's weight and armor, it was very difficult for him to walk in the desert. If he was not careful, his heavy body would fall into the sand. Moreover, the iron armor on his body would often have sand get into it. Coupled with the sweat on his body, it was even more uncomfortable for the sand to stick to his body. Su Len looked at the tired people, then nodded and said, "Let's go to the back of the sand dune in front to rest. It can shelter us from the sun. Everyone, work harder. We can rest when we reach the sand dune in front." The leader of the craftsmen shouted. After hearing the voice of the craftsman, the artificial people were refreshed and immediately quickened their pace. The human rogue was called Baron. He often wandered in the desert area. His weapons were curved swords and crossbows. As for the warrior, he was a local adventurer named Jane. He was good at two-handed swords. His strength was average, but he was very experienced. About 10 minutes later, the team came to the back of the sand dune and then began to rest. People took out their own food and water to replenish. Su Len took out the sheepskin map and compared it to see if the team's route had deviated. At this time, some red light spots suddenly appeared on his strategic map. There were about 50 people in the light spots, and they were moving quickly toward their current position. Desert bandits? Seeing the red light spots, Su Len frowned slightly. He did not find anyone watching them in the past 2 days. How did these desert bandits find them so accurately? Screech! There was an eagle's cry in the sky. Su Len looked up and saw a goshawk hovering over the team and then flying away. An eagle! Su Len immediately understood. It was obvious that these desert bandits were using falcons to watch them. If the northern town city could tame falcons, then other people could tame falcons as well. Guards! Su Len put away the map and shouted. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The leader of the craftsmen ran over and asked. "Desert bandits are coming. Everyone, immediately form a circle around the camels." "Craftsmen, go into the circle and hide," Su Len said in a deep voice. "Desert bandits?" Hearing the word desert bandits, the leader of the craftsmen's face changed drastically. As someone who lived in this area of the desert, he was very familiar with the desert bandit style. These desert bandits often robbed caravans. Their methods were cruel. They usually rode fast horses and held scimitars in their hands. Like a whirlwind, they rushed up to kill. Their speed was fast, and they did not leave anyone alive. They also did not negotiate. It could be said that they were notorious. "Get up! Everyone, form a circle around the camels. The desert bandits are coming. Move fast." The team that was resting immediately exploded. One by one, they jumped up from the sand and pulled the camels into a circle. They took out all kinds of bows and spears and were ready to fight. After hearing that the desert bandits were coming, the 3 advanced professionals picked up their weapons and went to Su Len to discuss it. "Should we just run away?" The rogue glanced at the workers not far away and said. As an adventurer who often moved around here, he clearly knew the strength of the desert bandits. Although there were only 40 to 50 of them, the weakest among them was still at grade 1. Among them, the leader of the desert bandits was a high-grade professional. There were only 4 of them. Facing so many desert bandits was simply courting death. As for the workers, they basically could not count on them. No need. Su Len shook his head. After seeing their expressions, Su Len continued, when the desert bandits come later, you are responsible for protecting the workers. Leave the rest to me. This. The three of them looked at each other. A cloud of dust rose in the distant sky, followed by the rapid sound of horse hooves. Dozens of masked desert bandits quickly approached from the other side of the dune. When they were about 500 or 600 meters away, the desert bandits divided into two teams to surround them from the left and right, directly choking off the team's retreat. Kill. The notorious desert bandits did not hesitate at all. Under the command of the desert bandit leader, the rest of the desert bandits waved their scimitars and rushed up. Some of the desert bandits attacked from the side, while the others took out their bows and arrows to shoot. After walking in the desert for so long, I can finally move my body. Speed looked at the desert bandits rushing up and moved his shoulders. Then, he tapped the horse's abdomen and the Pegasus instantly accelerated. The storm halberd also appeared in his hand at this moment. He's crazy. Seeing Su Len rushing directly to dozens of desert bandits, the other three advanced professionals' faces changed greatly. The speed of the Pegasus was amazing. In just a few breaths, Su Len was about to meet the desert bandits. The arrows shot by the desert bandits were directly left behind. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, Su Len waved his storm halberd and instantly cut off the head of a desert bandit. Even the scimitar in his hand was broken into two pieces. The Pegasus' speed did not decrease at all. Su Len waved his storm halberd and rushed forward. In an instant, the halberd swept across. Accompanied by the whine of the horse and the sound of metal clashing, all the desert bandits who alternated with Su Len were cut down one by one. Storm! Su Len waved his hands and the storm halberd was like a wheel. The power of thunder and storm on the storm halberd also burst out. Streams of chi were like sword chi, instantly killing the four desert bandits around him. Then, the halberd was waved again and again. Light blades flew out and directly killed the desert bandits in the distance. Quick, shoot the arrows, kill him! Seeing that his men had suffered heavy casualties as soon as they came into contact, the leader of the desert bandits panicked and hurriedly ordered the archers to focus fire. However, the arrows were useless against Su Len. He waved his halberd and deflected the arrows that were shot at him. The Pegasus accelerated again and directly dodged the sound of the rain of arrows. Then, it quickly rushed to the remaining desert bandits. Seeing that the arrows were useless, the remaining desert bandits quickly threw down their bows and grabbed their scimitars, ready to attack. Just before the desert bandits could react, Su Len had already rushed directly into them like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Chapter 396. Clang! Clang! Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing continued. Su Luen rushed into the group of desert bandits like a hot knife through butter. One enemy after another was beheaded. Su Luen quickly brandished his storm war halberd like a reaper. Every move he made would take the life of an enemy. None of the dead bodies were intact. Wherever he passed, there were broken limbs everywhere on the ground. This bloody and cruel scene made even the desert bandits, who killed without blinking, feel scared. Some of them even turned their horses and fled when they saw Su Luen rushing up like a killing god. But how could Su Len let go of these bandits who robbed him? He waved the storm war halberd and three crescent-shaped light blades flashing with thunder flew out in an instant. Half Moon /X3. The speed of the light blade was very fast, and 100 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The light blade drew a straight line in the sand and instantly hit the desert bandit who was running away. The bandit was cut in half along with his horse before he could react. The remaining two light blades directly swept through the gathered desert bandits. Wherever the two light blades passed, all the desert bandits in front of them were all cut in half. In the blink of an eye, the light blades swept through the desert bandits like plowing through a hole in a courtyard. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the rest of the desert bandits could no longer bear the pressure. They screamed and fled in all directions. But it was too late. The Pegasus was like a bolt of lightning, leaving a phantom on the sand dunes. It caught up with the desert bandits in a breath and was easily harvested by Su Luen. More than 50 bandits were finally killed by Su Len. Only 2 bandits who Su Len deliberately left behind for interrogation survived. Swoosh! The storm war halberd pierced the 2 bandits' thighs into the sand between them. The 2 bandits who had already become frightened could not help but tremble. A fishy smell wafted over. Do you want to live? Su Len looked at the two bandits and revealed his white teeth. But in the eyes of the two bandits, this was simply the smile of the devil. Yes. The two bandits nodded repeatedly. Then tell me the location of your desert bandit's lair and where the treasures that you have plundered are. I, Johnson, will spare your pathetic lives. Don't even think about lying to me. I'll make you guys talk separately. If I get a different answer, then I'll let him have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death. Su Len smiled at the two desert bandits and pretended to say casually, I wonder how this desert weather would be for drying dried meat. Which one of you is willing to give it a try? Sir, I'll tell you. I know where Varfa hid the treasure, please let me go. Sir, don't listen to me. I'm Veer Fa's confidant. I know all of Veer Fa's treasures. Please believe me. In order to survive, the two desert bandits scrambled to tell Su Len the location of their nest and their treasures. Su Len smiled as he lifted one of the desert bandits and asked him to tell him everything he knew. Then, he used the same method to make the other desert bandit tell him everything he knew. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Su Len brought the two desert bandits back. At this time, the three high-grade professionals had already ordered the workers to clean up the battlefield. All the war horses and weapons had been collected. Other than the dead and injured horses, there were still 32 horses that were intact. After the battle just now, whether it was those craftsmen or the other three senior professions, they all looked at Su Luen with awe in their eyes. Even the loud-mouthed Valadin became more careful when he spoke. I've found the location of the bandit's nest. It's not far from here. I'm going to make a trip there, Su Len said to the three of them. The others naturally had no objections to this. Then Su Luen asked the two desert bandits to take the crowd to the nest of the desert bandits, which was about 30 kilometers away in a straight line. It was a very small oasis. Although it was called an oasis, it was actually a gathering place. There were only a few houses made of khaki-colored rocks in the yellow sand. After entering the room, Su Len was surprised to find that the space inside was very large. It looked like an ancient ruin, but the ruin was severely damaged. Only the underground hall in front of him was left. The temperature of the underground hall was comfortable. There was also a well and an underground river flowing through the well, so there was no shortage of water. This place could be said to be very hidden. As long as the hole was blocked, no one would be able to find it. As long as there was enough food, the desert bandits could live here for a few months. Seeing that there was a water source here, the whole team became excited. They had been walking in the desert for 2 days. When they saw a large amount of water, they immediately ran over to drink and refilled their water bags. After arriving at the nest of the desert bandits, Su Len asked the two desert bandits to dig out the treasures they had hidden here. Soon, a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry was piled up in front of them. After looking at it, although there was a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of them, Su Len estimated that it was worth at most 5,000 to 6,000 kinner. He did not believe that these notorious desert bandits only had so much treasure. Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The storm war halberd stabbed into the ground. The hard ground instantly cracked like a spider web. The two desert bandits were so frightened that they quickly knelt and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Sir, this is really all the treasure. We didn't hide a single kinner. Sir, please spare us. We've already dug out all the treasures. All the treasures? Su Len snorted coldly. He reached out and lifted one of the desert bandits up. All the treasures? As far as I know, you've been here for at least 10 years. 10 years? This is all you've taken? Sir, please spare us. This is really all we have. The rest was given to the nobles in Hulta. The goods we robbed were sold to them. The nobles took half of it, and the rest was used to buy food and weapons. Su Len casually threw the bandit to the ground. He knew that these desert bandits were not lying. Caravans would not carry large amounts of gold, silver, and jewelry for trade. These desert bandits must have needed to sell the goods after robbing. Only the nobles in Hulta had the ability to swallow the goods. The reason why these desert bandits had been active for so long without being killed was probably because of the nobles' connivance. Since you've found the treasures, you can go now. Su Len waved his hand and said. The two desert bandits' eyes flashed with surprise. They then turned and ran out. However, just as they ran less than 10 meters, 2 arrows flew out in an instant and hit them in the middle of their backs. You! One of the bandits' body instantly stiffened.
He looked at Su Len with eyes full of hatred. Then his body went limp and fell to the ground.
What are you looking at? It was Johnson who killed you. What does it have to do with me, Su Len? Su Len casually put away the bow and arrow, then put the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of him into his storage space. 5,000 or 6,000 kinnar was enough for him to pay the commission this time. After a night's rest in the bandit's nest, the team set off for the desert ruins again the next morning. But this time, there were no more desert bandits. After 2 days, Su Len and the others finally arrived at their destination. There was a landmark here, an obelisk. The obelisk was about 30 meters tall, with a large number of patterns, pictures, and words carved on it. However, the obelisk in front of them was broken. The pictures and words on it had been eroded by the wind and sand. This is it. Su Len looked at the map and compared it with the surrounding environment. He said in a low voice, "Tell the workers to set up camp and get ready to work." Under Sullen's orders, part of the workers set up camp, and the other part began to clean up the sand in the ruins. The ruins had been buried for thousands of years. Su Len did not know the door to the ruins, so he could only clean up the surroundings. The workers took out all kinds of attacks and began to clean up the sand. Because there were 50 camels and more than 30 horses, the cleaning work went smoothly. Be careful. Pay attention to the reinforcement. I don't want to be buried in the ruins. The 200 workers began to get busy. It was not easy to find the entrance to the ruins. Fortunately, the leader of the craftsmen was very experienced in excavating these ancient ruins. He knew that there were a few locations in these ruins that had a high probability of being the entrance. The workers began to dig at these locations. Excavating the ruins was not a simple job. Because this was a desert area, if they wanted to dig a passage, they had to clean up all the surrounding sand. Otherwise, the sand would continue to slide down and block the passage. Su Len supervised the workers for a while, then let the others supervise them. He rode his Pegasus and began to wander around the ruins to see if there were any abnormalities. He did not want to spend so much effort to dig out the ruins, only to be picked up by someone else. The sky gradually darkened and the bonfire rose. The workers who had been digging for the whole day returned to the camp to rest and eat. Su Len also rode his Pegasus back to the camp. There were no traces of other people around the ruins. It seemed that after he exterminated the desert bandits, those spies had left. However, Su Len was not careless. After dinner, the workers who had worked hard for the whole day returned to their tents to sleep. Su Len and the other 3 professionals took turns to keep watch. The temperature of the desert at night was very low, and from time to time, there would be gusts of wind blowing by. Lying by the bonfire, he looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky in the desert was very beautiful. There were no dark clouds in the night sky, and countless stars twinkled in the night sky. Su Len knew that those stars were not just stars, other than some ordinary celestial bodies in the starry sky. Some of the stars were actually projections of the divine kingdoms of the gods, so there was a legend in this world that when the stars in the starry sky fell, it represented the fall of a god. Chapter 397. After eating sand for half the night, it was Baines and Jane's turn to keep watch. The 2 sat in front of the campfire, drinking and chatting. Su Len glanced at them and went back to his tent to rest. The night passed quickly. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, the workers were already called to work. The temperature in the desert was very high. If they did a lot of work during the day, it was very likely that they would get heat stroke. Therefore, they had to get up early to work, and then go back to rest when the weather was the hottest. They would continue working in the afternoon when the weather was not so hot. The 200 workers were digging in several places, but after digging to a certain depth, they found that these places were not the entrance. After a day of digging, there were only 2 places left that the leader of the craftsmen had designated. On the 3rd day, the workers continued to dig. When there were only 2 places left, the digging speed was much faster than the previous 2 days. Ah! Monster! Suddenly, there was a scream, and then several professionals rushed up. The workers who were digging on the site ran in all directions, trying to hide from something. For a moment, it was very chaotic. Sullen's body flashed, and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" "Mummies. It's mummies." A worker answered Su Len. At this time, he was panicking and wanted to escape. Mummies were a kind of undead creatures unique to the desert. Compared to ordinary undead, Mummies moved much faster and had high defense. Although the layer of shroud on their body looked tattered, its defense was higher than leather armor. However, they also had a weakness, which was their low resistance to fire. Su Len left the frightened worker and appeared at the edge of the sandpit in a flash. At this time, a mummy wrapped in linen was about to pounce on a worker. This mummy was still relatively intact, but now its body had completely withered and decayed. The skin exposed under the linen cloth was black and surrounded by a foul stench. The bandages wrapped around its body were yellowed, and the shriveled skin clung tightly to its body. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and there were sharp black nails on its fingers. At first glance, one could tell that it was highly toxic. Su Len jumped and appeared next to the mummy in an instant. He kicked the mummy away. Looking at the mummy, Su Len frowned slightly. The kick just now gave him a strange feeling. It was like kicking a hard stone. Bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. The mummy that was sent flying crashed into the sand, but it did not cause any damage. In the next second, the mummy quickly flipped over. These mummies' shriveled bodies contained an astonishing amount of strength. All workers, retreat. At this moment, a few more mummies rushed out of the hole that had been dug. At the same time, Barn, Jane, and the dwarf warrior also rushed over. After seeing the mummies, they rushed up directly. For a moment, the mummies were forced to retreat. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. A mummy shrouded in the aura of death rushed out. This mummy was different from the other mummies. It had a pair of red eyes and a metal mask on its head. Its body was obviously much bigger than the other mummies. Its sickle-like hands had amazing destructive power. Its body was emitting a strong negative energy. Poisonous mummy. Seeing this mummy, the rogue immediately shouted. The toxic mummy was a powerful monster. Aside from having great strength and the plague effect on their attacks, they also had the ability to revive other mummies. They were very difficult monsters to deal with, and their challenge rating was at level 16. Su Len moved and rushed up in an instant. At the moment when the two sides clashed, the storm war halberd felt like it had pierced rubber. Su Len directly kicked the poisonous mummy away. Su Len frowned slightly. A strange energy wanted to invade his body, but as soon as it got close, it was directly rejected by his body. Don't get too close to Hector. The poisonous mummy can spread diseases. Barn, the rogue next to him, reminded. Su Len nodded and rushed up again. With his vitality, the negative state of the poisonous mummy could not cause any damage. Thunder Spear. The powerful power of thunder and lightning appeared on the Storm War Halberd. The Storm War Halberd was full of thunder and lightning, and fiercely hit the poisonous mummy. The power of thunder and lightning broke out, and the negative energy on the poisonous mummy dissipated. Sullen's whole body turned into a shadow, and the Storm War Halberd in his hand kept attacking. For a time, the poisonous mummy's body was full of thunder and lightning. The poisonous mummy was not slow, and it was not much slower than the average rogue. Unfortunately, it was now facing Su Len, a high-grade legend, and its reaction speed was not enough. The poisonous mummy didn't fight back. After Su Luen sped up, the poisonous mummy was completely beaten up. The poisonous mummy was attacked by Su Len more than a dozen times in a short time, but it did not even touch Sullen's clothes. The poisonous mummy was extremely angry, and it roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. While Su Luen was besieging the poison mummy, more mummies rushed out of the dug hole. Bane, Jane, and Valadin fought while retreating. Although these mummies were no match for them individually, they had no choice but to dodge the fearless attacks of a dozen mummies. After all, they were not undead creatures like the mummies. After seeing this situation, Su Len could not leave it alone. The poisonous mummy had thick skin, and Su Len could not kill it in a short time. However, the other mummies could not. Fireball. The orange-red fireball quickly took shape, and then flew directly into the mummies that were besieging the three. Boom! With a loud bang, flames rose, and instantly wrapped several mummies around it. The mummy that was directly hit was directly blown to pieces, and the other mummies were also ignited and turned into human-shaped torches. These mummies were like dry wood covered with grease. The flames burned bigger and bigger, and there was no way to put it out. Soon, they were burned into a pile of charcoal. The air was filled with the unpleasant stench of corpses. With nearly a third of the mummies gone, the pressure on the three was instantly reduced. Su Len swung his storm battle halberd again, and the powerful lightning energy dissipated the poisonous mummy's aura. The mummy's tall body kept retreating. Just as Su Len was about to rush up and finish off the poisonous mummy, a thick ray of negative energy suddenly flew out of the mummy's mouth. Su Len dodged it. The black ray of negative energy hit the mummy that had just been burned into charcoal. The next moment, an aura of death erupted, and the mummy that had turned into charcoal was resurrected. Undead resurrection. After resurrecting one mummy, the poisonous mummy did not stop. It was ready to resurrect another mummy. Su Len naturally would not give it another chance. His body flashed, and the storm battle halberd with powerful lightning energy instantly hit the poisonous mummy. The poisonous mummy in front of him stiffened, and then the bandages that were wrapped around its body were torn apart, and the aura of death that was gathering dissipated directly. Su Len took the opportunity to attack like a storm, and did not give the poisonous mummy any chance to fight back. The poisonous mummy kept retreating, and the negative energy around its body was mostly dispersed. Then, the storm battle halberd ruthlessly cut the poisonous mummy in half. A wave of aura of death spread out from the poisonous mummy, and then slowly disappeared. The poisonous mummy's body that was left on the ground was instantly set ablaze. The flames rose as if turpentine had been added, and quickly burned the poisonous mummy's body into ashes. Without the poisonous mummy, the rest of the ordinary mummies were easier to deal with. Soon, all the mummies were burned to ashes. Su Len bent down and picked up a purple crystal from the ashes of the poisonous mummy. It was a high-level soul crystal. Su Len would not mind having more of it. Hathaway was preparing to build an army of golems, and it was just right for her. The battle ended quickly, and all the mummies around were killed. However, there were still casualties among the workers. A worker's throat was bitten when the mummy appeared, and now he could not be more dead. Since he was killed by the mummy, there was a strong aura of negative energy in his body. If he did not find a priest to purify it, it was very likely that he would be resurrected as an undead creature. Naturally, there was no priest here. The best way was to cremate him. After killing the mummy, Su Len called the workers back again. The workers did not run far. The desert was hundreds of miles away, and the workers did not have the strength to run back. After dealing with these things, Su Len prepared to enter the ruins. The workers had already dug out a passage. The ruins were very dangerous, and ordinary people would die if they entered. Therefore, they had to clean up the place first before continuing to excavate. Bane, Jane, Valadin, come with me. The rest of you wait above. There should be a lot of monsters in the ruins. Let's go down and clean them up. Let's go. I want to let those skeletons have a taste of my axe. Valadin said as he waved his battle axe. Bring torches. Those undead creatures are afraid of fire. Bane took out a few torches and kerosene and handed them over. We should be the first group to enter the ruins. There should be a lot of good stuff in there. Jane said excitedly. Those who dared to take the risk to explore the ruins were basically here for the treasure. According to the usual practice, the treasures found in the ruins would be divided. Su Len could take a little more, and the others, including the workers, would get a share. It was just that some people had more than others. Hee. Be careful when you go down. Don't get yourself into trouble before you earn any money. When the time comes, even if I want to share the treasure with you, you have to be able to get it. Su Len said in a deep voice. Chapter 398. Don't worry. I'm not a rookie. I'm the great dwarf explorer, Valadin. The dwarven juggernaut patted his chest and said, and my armor will protect me from harm. I hope so. Su Len shrugged. Soon, the workers cleared all the sand and stones piled up at the entrance of the passage. Su Len nodded to the three and said, let's begin. After that, Su Len snapped his fingers and summoned a gust of wind that blew into the passage. Then 10 seconds later, a gust of wind rushed out with a foul and decaying smell. Okay, you can go in now. After the foul air in the passage was sucked out, Su Len gestured to the workers next to him. Then, the workers came over with various tools. Supports, pulleys, ropes, torches, hooks, medicine, bandages. After all the preparations were completed, Sullen's figure flashed, and he slid down the passage with one hand holding the rope. The entrance of the cave was about 10 meters away from the entrance of the passage. After Su Len came to the passage, he looked around. With dark vision, he could see normally in the dark.
He did not find any danger in the passage. He lit the torch and fixed it on the wall next to him. Su Len then shouted, "It's safe, you can come down now."
The second to come down was Bane the rogue. The agile Bane grabbed the rope and slid down quickly.
When he was 3 meters away from the ground, he landed firmly on the ground after a light flip.
"Hey, excuse me, I'm coming down." At this moment, Valadin's voice came from above. Bane took 2 steps back and said, "Okay, you can come down now."
As soon as his voice fell, a black shadow fell from above.
Whoosh! Duong! The dwarven juggernaut landed with a dull thud. "Damn it, I hate falling."
The dwarf in heavy armor shook his head, then grabbed his battle axe and stood up from the ground.
His heavy armor was at least 50 pounds. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such a height. "Buddy, you should be gentle. This is the ruins. Don't wake those guys up," Bane reminded him.
However, Valadin wasn't too bothered.
"Don't worry. If those skeletons dare to wake up, my axe won't mind killing them again." Soon, Jane also came down from above, and all 4 of them were present.
Next, the few of them walked into the depths of the passage with torches in hand. There were many well-preserved murals on the walls on both sides of the passage, which recorded the construction of the city ruins. In the corner of the passage, there were many bottles and jars. Valadin seemed to be interested in those jars. He opened them and took a look, only to find that the contents had long rotted, leaving only a pile of black stuff. At this moment, Su Len suddenly heard a rustling sound, like the sound of leaves being dragged on the ground by the wind.
"Stop. Something's happening," Su Len reminded him immediately. The other 3 immediately moved closer to the center and stared at their surroundings without blinking. However, after a few seconds, they did not discover any enemies. "Boss, did you hear wrongly? There are no enemies here." Valadin looked for a long time, but no enemies appeared. Sullen's expression was serious. He didn't let down his guard because of Valadin's words. "They're here." At this moment, along with a rustling sound, small mounds of dirt suddenly rose from the ground. In the next second, countless sinister-looking insects with black carapaces rushed out from the sand like a tide. "It's the sacred death beetles. Damn it, run. Valadin hates insects." Tens of thousands of strange insects rushed over like a tide. Bane, Jane and Valadin felt their scalps go numb as they quickly ran back. "Use fire." Su Len raised his hand and threw a bottle of kerosene. The bottle shattered and the kerosene instantly ignited. The surrounding sacred death beetles were immediately engulfed in flames. "Yes, use fire." The 3 of them immediately reacted. They grabbed the kerosene and threw it over. Soon, a wall of fire appeared in the passage. The temperature of the wall of fire was very high, but the sacred death beetles didn't have the slightest fear. They directly rushed into the fire. Soon, a series of crackling sounds came from the flames. At the same time, the sacred death beetles also attacked from the walls and ceiling. Although the wall of fire was very big, there were too many sacred death beetles. There were still many sacred death beetles that rushed through the flames. The few of them hurriedly killed the sacred death beetles. However, at this moment, the ground behind them bulged and countless black sacred death beetles rushed over like a tide. "Behind. There are also insects behind us." Valadin, who was using his axe to hit the gophers, no to hit the insects, turned around and almost dropped his axe as he shouted in fear. "It's over. It's over. I can't go back and marry my little Nasha. I won't be able to see her bucket-like waist and that sexy beard again." "I'm sorry, Nasha," Valadin said with a sad face. "Damn it, why are there so many insects?" "Kerosene. Is there any more kerosene? Quickly throw a bottle over." Jane stepped on a few sacred death beetles that rushed over and waved his hand to sweep away the sacred death beetles that climbed onto his leg. "The kerosene has been used up," Bane said helplessly as he chopped 2 sacred death beetles into 4 pieces. He was too excited to throw away the kerosene just now. "Get out of the way!" Su Len shouted. He turned around and aimed his palm at the tunnel. Burning hand. Scorching flames instantly flew out from his palm and covered the entire tunnel in a breath. The flames wreaked havoc and instantly swallowed all the sacred death beetles in the tunnel. This counts as surviving?" Bane looked at the burning tunnel and sighed in relief. The flames burned for close to 5 minutes.
The temperature in the tunnel also became hot and the air was filled with a burnt stench. There were a lot of sacred death beetles. After 5 minutes, the insect tide finally retreated. When the black insect tide retreated, a thick layer of burnt sacred death beetles was left on the ground. Hey! It stinks. Valadin stomped a sacred death beetle that was still alive to death. After the battle, Sulen once again lit a torch and continued to explore the depths of the ruins. After the sacred death beetle tide, the group became more cautious. However, they did not encounter any more disgusting insects in the following exploration. After passing through this section of the tunnel, Sulen discovered that the tunnel behind them had been buried by sand. He could only inform the workers above to come down and dig up the tunnel again. Exploration of ruins was like this. Most of the time, they needed to clear the path bit by bit. Fortunately, the tunnel was not buried for long. After half an hour, the tunnel was dug up. Whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew. Sulen frowned slightly. Some strange sounds came from the tunnel, making people feel creepy. After the tunnel was dug up, Sulen saw the scene behind the tunnel. It was a hall with an area of about 2,000 square meters. The entire hall looked like it had been ransacked and was very messy. On the floor of the hall, there were a large number of skeletons. These skeletons seemed to be divided into 2 camps. Many of the skeletons were still fighting each other before they died. Crash! A sudden sound came from the empty hall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, a blue flame suddenly appeared and the skeletons on the floor began to move. It's the undead! All workers, retreat! Suluan immediately ordered the moment he saw the blue willow, the wisp. The workers hurriedly ran back to where they came from. Crash! 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 The sound of bones colliding could be heard. Over 100 skeletons stood up in the hall. The strength of the skeletons was not high. They were only slightly stronger than the lowest level skeletons and zombies. Their challenge rating was level 5. Barnes, Valadin, and Valadin were all high-level professionals. Dealing with these low-level undead was not a problem. In the previous battle, the 3 of them were unable to use their full strength against the sacred death beetles. However, facing these skeletons, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Valadin was wearing heavy armor. He waved his axe and rushed forward. The attacks of the skeletons could only cause some shallow scratches on his armor. However, every time he swung his axe, he could smash the skeletons into pieces. Barnes and Jane, who were following behind, waved their scimitars and swords. The skeletons were quickly destroyed. The battle only lasted for 10 minutes. Therefore, the skeletons were dealt with. The hall was filled with broken bones. After dealing with these skeletons, they did not rest and began to clean up the battlefield. These skeletons were very poor. In addition to some broken weapons, they only had some low-level soul crystals. The quality of these soul crystals was very poor and their value was very low. What a bunch of poor bastards! Jane, who was on the side, picked up a soul crystal and cursed. This hall is a side hall. Look around and see if there are any passages that lead to other places. Sulen said as he looked around the hall. Soon, they found a closed stone door. Rogue Barnes looked in front of the stone door for a long time and finally found the opening mechanism of the stone door. He pressed the mechanism, but the stone door did not move. It should be broken, Barnes said awkwardly. Let me do it. Sulen took a step forward. A light flashed and instantly hit the stone door in front of him. In the next second, the heavy stone door turned into a pile of soft soil and slid down. After entering the stone door, a small room appeared in front of them. There were a few skeletons inside and some gold items scattered around the room. Seeing these items, the 3 of them were very excited. Fortunately, they remembered that Sulen was the captain. Although they were envious, they did not make a move. Clean it up. We'll distribute it when we get out. Sulen was not very interested in these things. These gold items had been buried in the ruins for thousands of years. Many of them were shrouded in negative energy. Normal people who came in contact with them might get sick. They needed to find a priest to dispel the negative energy or let them be exposed to the sun for a period of time. Chapter 399. Many people explored the ruins and got a lot of treasures. As a result, not long after they came back, they were seriously ill or even died of illness. Then there was a saying that the things in the ruins were cursed, and those people died because of the curse. This saying made some sense. Some items in the ruins did carry curses, but most of them were funeral goods. Most of them were found by Su Len and the others. Because they had been stored in this environment for a long time, they were contaminated with some negative energy. As long as they were removed, they would be fine. These negative energy auras were actually not strong. They could only make ordinary people sick. For professions, they would at most feel some discomfort. Very quickly, the few of them packed up all of these things. After checking that they did not miss anything, they continued to search in the ruins. The area of the hall was not big. Since they found some hidden rooms again, they got a lot of things after opening them. After a few times, they were very satisfied with these gains. But what made Su Len unhappy was that he did not find the battle soul stone he wanted here. There's a passage here. Ban the Wanderer shouted. Surin hurriedly took the others and rushed over. The mechanism of the passage discovered by Bane was still intact. At this time, he had already reactivated it. The group carefully moved forward along the passage. As they continued to move forward, they quickly approached a relatively intact building. There were even some moss-like plants here. There were even a few weak magic lamps on the surrounding walls, but because they had not been maintained for thousands of years, these magic lamps had become mottled. It seemed that they would be damaged with a touch. There were also some broken magic crystals around. They were used to transmit energy. They did not expect that after thousands of years, they were still working. Intruder found. Intruder found. Activate magic energy construct 3. Start charging backup energy. Implement level 1 alert defense plan. As soon as they entered, a cold mechanical voice came from the surroundings. In the next second, a rumbling sound rang out, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. A 3-meter-tall magic golem made of silver metal walked out. The golem puppet's body was smooth, and the silver metal was very smooth. The whole golem looked like it was made of technology by Su Len. Be careful, everyone. This is a high-level golem puppet. Rogue Barnes said after seeing the appearance of the golem. Don't fight him head-on. This place has been sealed for thousands of years. They don't have much energy left to fight. Su Len reminded. In these ancient ruins related to the Arcane Kingdom, they often encountered such steel golems. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, these steel golems belonged to the city guards. However, although these golems could still move, there was not much energy left in them. Therefore, although these golems were powerful, there was still a way to deal with them. Target found. Lock onto the intruder. Activating level 1 defense alert. Eliminate all intruders. Activate elemental fissure blade. Crack. With a soft sound, Su Len saw some changes in the arm of the puppet golem in front of him. Then, a weapon that looked like a light blade appeared in an instant. Energy blade weapon? After seeing the weapon in the golem's hand, Sullen's expression changed in an instant. This kind of energy light blade weapon was also high-end equipment during the Arcane Empire. This kind of weapon was very sharp. The lowest damage was equivalent to the legendary level. Ordinary armor was no different from paper in front of this kind of weapon. After the light blade weapon appeared, the puppet golem immediately launched an attack. To Sullen's surprise, although the puppet golem looked very heavy, it was very fast. The puppet golem rushed directly toward Jane. Jane did not show any weakness and waved his long sword to meet the attack. Sullen's expression changed greatly. Get out of the way. Its weapon is very dangerous. After hearing Sullen's reminder, Jane's body, which was waving his long sword, changed his posture instantly. He rolled to the side to dodge the attack. The light blade quickly passed over his head, and a scratch appeared on the hard ground as if it was cutting tofu. Jane, who had escaped the attack, looked back and felt a chill on his back. If he had not dodged just now, he would have been cut in half along with his sword. Su Len waved the storm halberd and rushed up. Clang! The harsh sound of metal colliding rang out, and the storm halberd drew a string of sparks on the puppet golem. Bane's figure also moved, and his body flashed to the side to launch an attack. The dwarven juggernaut also reacted quickly. He was the closest to Bane. When the golem attacked Bane, he charged and waved his battle axe at the golem's thigh. It was not that he did not want to attack other places, but that he could not reach it. Bang! A heavy impact sounded. Sullen's attack did not have a good result. It only left some traces on the puppet golem. Chap!
The light blade swept and cut directly at Sullen's waist. It was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Sullen's storm halberd swept, and the light blade and the halberd collided. A huge force came from the halberd, and Su Len used the force to gently retreat. The light blade flickered slightly twice, and then returned to normal. Su Len exerted force on his feet and rushed up again in a flash. The storm halberd carried a powerful force of thunder and lightning and stabbed at the puppet golem. The golem puppet turned around, aimed its light blade at Su Luen, and slashed directly at the enemy's waist. Clang! 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 The storm halberd and the light blade kept colliding, and every time a loud sound rang in everyone's ears. Sullen's expression became more and more dignified. The golem statue's strength was in no way inferior to Su Luen's. After unleashing a series of attacks, Su Luen's figure was forced to retreat again and again. The floor beneath his feet cracked, but it was not as if he had gained nothing. One wound after another appeared on the golem statue's body. Even the blade of light had clearly dimmed. Thunder Domain! A powerful force burst out from Sullen's body in an instant, and then he roared to the sky. Sullen's muscles swelled as if they were inflated with air. Accompanied by the crackling sound of bones, streaks of lightning appeared around him. The light blade slashed again, and Sullen's storm halberd instantly blocked the light blade. At the same time, the halberd deflected, and with a sweep, the sharp halberd directly slashed the puppet golem's arm joint. The harsh sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out, and a serious gap appeared at the puppet golem's joint. Just as Su Len and the puppet golem were entangled, the others took the opportunity to attack the puppet golem's leg joints. These experienced adventurers had their own way of dealing with the golems in the ruins. Although the puppet golem's defense was very strong, it would still cause serious damage in the face of continuous attacks on the same part. Beep, beep, beep. Elemental Fissure Light Blade insufficient energy. Turn off Elemental Fissure Light Blade. Magic Construct Guardian. Switch to combat mode. Just as Su Len and the puppet golem were fighting fiercely, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand flickered a few times and disappeared. Then the puppet golem's arm began to move quickly, and the steel quickly changed. In just a breath, the light blade in the puppet golem's hand transformed into a metal greatsword. Chop! Whirling slash! After the transformation, the puppet golem's greatsword swept across, directly sweeping away the dwarven juggernaut who could not dodge in time. The magic steel greatsword cut Valadin's body, and sparks flew everywhere. Valadin's body was like a baseball that had been hit, and he flew out in an instant. Even the fine dwarven heavy armor on his body was torn open. If his armor was not strong enough, Valadin would have been directly cut in two. Fortunately, it was the dwarven juggernaut. If it were Barnes or Jane, they would have been seriously injured. It could be said that they were not the main targets of the puppet golem's attack. Otherwise, even 3 high-grade professions would have been easily hammered by it. If the puppet golem in front of him was in its complete state, it was basically similar to a Gundam. It even had energy weapons. Even if it had some long-range energy attacks or energy shields, he would not be surprised. Fortunately, this ruin had been buried for too long. No one maintained it, and there was a lack of energy. Otherwise, the puppet golem's combat power would be even more powerful. Clang! The puppet golem slashed at Jane. Jane's face changed. He held the long sword in both hands horizontally, trying to block the puppet golem's attack. There was a harsh sound of metal colliding, and Jane was sent flying with his weapon. The fine steel long sword in his hand was bent 90 degrees. Jane's chest was hit hard, and the chainmail on his body cracked. His body smashed into the wall like a mural, and then slid down. If it were not for his heaving chest, Su Len would have thought that he was dead. The storm war halberd swept across, and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Deep scratches appeared on the puppet golem. The alloy craftsmanship of the Arcane Empire was very strong. This high-level puppet golem made Su Len feel like he was fighting a Gundam. After the puppet golem was enchanted with special craftsmanship, its physical and magical defense was very high, and it was immune to most negative states. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In fact, in the face of this situation, heavy weapons caused relatively higher damage. Su Len dodged sideways, and with a turn of his feet, he had already circled to the side of the puppet golem. The storm war halberd in his hand turned with one hand and slashed hard at the puppet golem's knee joint. After dozens of heavy blows,
The metal at the puppet golem's knee joint finally could not bear and was torn open by the storm war halberd. Seeing this situation, Su Len would not miss the opportunity. In an instant, the storm war halberd was brandished into dozens of light shadows, constantly attacking the puppet golem's knee joint. Clang, 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 clang. The puppet golem's knee joint was completely broken. Its body shook involuntarily, and its movement speed was greatly reduced. Chapter 400. The golem's body shook slightly, and its speed was greatly reduced. Sullen's figure flashed, and he had already circled to the other leg. Its leg is damaged. Attack the other leg and make it lose its ability to move. Su Len said in a deep voice. The leg joint was damaged, the golem's movement speed was limited, and its attack was blocked by Su Len, so its threat to the others was greatly reduced. Slash! Rogue Barn's figure flashed and appeared behind the golem. The curved sword in his hand quickly slashed at the golem's leg joint. Among the four of them, his defense was the lowest. Like Jane and Valadin, he could still resist one or two attacks, but if he was hit, he would probably be killed directly. The sharp curved sword quickly slashed a few times at the golem's leg joint, and then he didn't have time to look at the result of the battle. Before the golem's counterattack came, his figure flashed and directly fled. After being attacked by Surin, the golem became exhausted. After several consecutive sneak attacks by Bane, cracks finally appeared on the golem immortal's leg joints. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and the ground under Sullen's feet burst, and his body retreated with the help of the impact. At this time, the dwarf Valadin finally recovered, and then he waved his battle axe and rushed up again. Watch me! Valadin's two short legs ran quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the golem, and the battle axe in his hand smashed fiercely at the golem's leg joint. But before he could hit the target, a black shadow appeared in front of him in an instant. Duong with a muffled sound, the next second, Valadin flew out at the same speed. Then he slammed into the wall. Even if the dwarf had a strong physique and well-made armor, he was in pain all over and couldn't get up for a while. Taking advantage of the gap between the golem's attack, Sullen's figure flashed and rushed up again. The storm halberd in his hand carried dazzling lightning and hit the golem's leg joint fiercely. As a legendary weapon, the storm halberd's blade was very sharp, and it could easily cut through gold and jade. Coupled with Sullen's terrifying strength, the golem's broken leg joint could no longer support it. Thunderbolt slash! With a flash of lightning and sparks, the storm war halberd drew a cold light and instantly cut into the leg joint of the golem. Crack! The sound of metal breaking rang out, and the legs of the high-level golem could no longer support its heavy body. After swaying a few times, it crashed to the ground. With one leg broken and the other leg badly damaged, the puppet golem lost the ability to move and could no longer pose a threat to Su Len and the others. The puppet golem's eyes flashed with a red light. It tried to stand up with its arms supporting its body, but it couldn't maintain its balance without a leg. Su Luan's figure flashed and appeared on top of the puppet golem. He exerted force with his feet and stomped the puppet golem down. The storm battle halberd flashed with a cold light and pierced towards the back of the puppet golem's head. After a few consecutive hits, a huge wound appeared on the back of the puppet golem's head, and the components inside were destroyed. Next, Su Len destroyed the joints of the puppet golem's arms. In the end, the puppet golem could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Only its eyes were still flashing red. Su Len moved his arms. He had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. It's finally dead. Barn breathed a sigh of relief and then sat on the ground. Although he wasn't injured just now, he had to concentrate on such a dangerous battle. This thing is too hard to chew. My scimitar was almost scrapped. Bane said with some heartache as he glanced at his severely damaged scimitar. After all, a good weapon was a second life for a rogue. Go and see how the two of them are doing, and then collect the spoils, Su Len said slowly after resting for a moment. When he heard Sullen's words, Barn's eyes lit up, and he got up to check on the injuries of the other two. Although Valadin the dwarf was hit twice, the quality of the dwarf's armor was really good, and his physique was strong enough. Although he was sore all over, his body didn't suffer any serious injuries. The warrior Jane was a little unlucky. One of his ribs was broken. Fortunately, Barn was experienced in setting bones and reconnected his ribs. Su Len threw them a bottle of healing potion. This kind of beginner potion could speed up the recovery of injuries.
Although it couldn't fully recover, at least it wouldn't affect their movements. Looking at the puppet golem in front of him, he was very interested in this thing. Although it was damaged, the design, structure, and components inside were at the level of the Arcane Kingdom's craftsmanship. He would take it back and let Hathaway study it to see if it could be repaired. Even if it couldn't be repaired in the end, he would still get a lot of useful information. If this golem had enough energy and was in good maintenance, its challenge level would be at least legendary, or even high legendary. For example, the elemental Fisher Light Blade. How could an ordinary magic golem be equipped with such equipment? Su Len put the entire golem into his storage space. Fortunately, his storage space was large enough to fit the 3-meter-tall golem. Su Luan looked around and even found the broken zeros of the golem puppets one by one. While Su Len was collecting the golem puppets, the others had already begun to enter the ruins to look for valuable things. After he put away the golem puppets, the three of them came out with a lot of things. Su Len glanced around and pointed at some magic gems and elemental crystals that seemed to have been removed from something. They were quite valuable. After collecting the spoils of war, everyone began to patrol the surroundings. Many places had been buried by sand and stone, but judging from the remaining buildings, even if this was not the core area of the ruins, it should be a relatively important place. Would an ordinary place have such a legendary golem puppet guarding it? Obviously, there must be a lot of good things here. Su Len looked around and said, "Bane, go call those workers and let them come down to clean up. There should be a lot of good things here." Bane nodded and left through the passage they had come from. About 10 minutes later, the workers came with torches. These workers were obviously still afraid of their previous experience, but they came under pressure from Su Len and the others. "Okay, we have cleaned up here. There is no danger." Su Len comforted them and said, "Clean up here. When you are done, you can get 20% of the things you find here. I'm sure you've heard of the value of the items in the ruins." Su Len smiled and stopped talking. Su Len had become very familiar with the routine of holding a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other. Sure enough, after Su Len finished speaking, the workers began to clean up the ruins with all their might. The many torches illuminated the ruins very brightly. Su Len looked around and found that this seemed to be a square. The square was badly damaged and many buildings had collapsed. In the center of the square stood a statue. The statue looked like the image of a spellcaster. It was a very powerful wizard wearing a gorgeous wizard robe. He held a magic staff in one hand and a book in the other. His eyes were looking straight into the distance. However, the statue was damaged. One of the arms was broken, and even half of the statue's head was damaged. Su Len went forward to observe and found that there were some words carved on the stone platform under the statue's feet. It was written in the ancient Nesser language. Great Pioneer, Teacher, Star Explorer, Suraran. There were some words below that introduced some of Suraran's achievements. Through these words, Su Len learned some of the history of the city. The Pearl of the Crescent Plain, Nordenham. It's dug, there's a passage here. At this moment, there was a noise. Su Len hurried over. Soon, he saw a tunnel that had just been dug. This tunnel was still relatively intact. Bane carefully held a torch and entered it. "Look what I found!" Barn exclaimed in the passage. Valadin could not help but run in with a torch. "Moradin above, we're rich." After confirming that it was safe, Su Len walked in with a few craftsmen. The passage was not long and was connected to a solid stone room. After Su Len entered, he saw golden light everywhere. It took him a few seconds to recover, and then he could not help but exclaim, "So many gold coins." Surin was surprised by what he saw. In this small room, there were 3 chests piled up. It seemed that because of the passage of time, these chests had decayed, so the gold coins in the chests were all scattered out. A large number of gold coins were piled up on the ground, and Barnes and Valadin were holding bags to put the gold coins in. "You guys go and help too." Su Len waved his hand. The eyes of the workers behind him lit up. They had been impatient for a long time. When they heard Sullen's words, Jihu immediately rushed up. Su Len did not care about the gold coins. Instead, he looked around the room. In addition to the gold coins, there were many other things stored here, but most of them had decayed because of the passage of time. Su Len tried to pick up a sheepskin scroll, but as soon as he exerted force, the scroll shattered into countless pieces. The other sheepskin scrolls around it also shattered into ashes. Seeing this, Su Len shook his head slightly and then looked for other things. The stone room in front of him seemed to be a treasure room, but he did not know who the original owner was. In addition to the 3 boxes of gold coins, Su Len also found some gems and even a lot of silk. However, like the sheepskin scrolls, they all turned into ashes with a light touch. Basically, except for the metal and gems that were preserved, the rest had decayed and been damaged. Chapter 401. After some inventory, they found a total of more than 14,000 gold coins in this treasure room. Moreover, the gold coins in these ruins were much better than the gold coins in circulation today, both in terms of craftsmanship and gold content. This kind of gold coin could usually be exchanged for 3 ordinary gold coins. The 14,000 gold coins in front of them would be more than 40,000 gold coins after all the gold coins were exchanged. These gold coins would be given out when they left the ruins. With these gold coins, the morale of the whole team was high and they dug with all their might. About an hour later, the workers dug another passage. Unlike the treasure room just now, the passage in front of them was very long and had many gaps in it. Su Len walked in first. After walking in the passage for about 5 minutes, the group finally came out. Su Len and the others came to another area. This area should be the noble area of the city. Although the buildings were badly damaged, it could still be seen that the materials of these buildings were good. Many of the buildings were made of marble. There were many corpses on the ground. At this time, these corpses had become mummies in the dry desert environment. Among these corpses, Su Len also found a few steel golems. The surface of these steel golems was rusty, their bodies were seriously damaged, and their power source had been scrapped. They could only be recycled and sold as scrap iron. At this time, Su Len felt a little uncomfortable and quickly reminded them, "Go back, there is a strong corpse smell in here." The workers at the back immediately retreated. With a snap of his fingers, a whirlwind appeared in his palm. Then, he gently threw it. The whirlwind instantly turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Soon, the air here was replaced. Although there was still some corpse smell in the air, it was no longer harmful to humans. Kacha! Kacha! There was a burst of noise. The next second, the corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. Mummies! Everyone be careful. Su Len did not care about these mummies. These mummies in front of him were not very strong and were afraid of fire. With a snap of his fingers, a flame flashed. Burning hand. The high-temperature flame appeared in an instant and ignited the resurrected mummies. Then, under his control, the flame flew and spread like a living dragon. In a short time, the hundreds of mummies in front of him were all ignited. Rumble! Just as Su Len thought he could get rid of all the mummies, a few mummies that were burning in the sea of fire were thrown over. A powerful death energy suddenly appeared. Prepare for battle. Sullen's eyes narrowed. He gently waved his storm battle halberd and sent a few mummies flying away. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in his body burst out. Ding! You are affected by the power of death. Your life force is being extracted. Your constitution has passed the test. Extraction failed. Ding! You have been affected by the spirit of despair. Your will has been attacked. Your will has passed the test. You are immune to the effects of the spirit of despair. Ding! You have been affected by the land of blasphemy. You have been attacked by the power of blasphemy. Your vitality has passed the test. You are immune to this attack. Suddenly, an evil force appeared, and Su Len heard the continuous sound of system notifications. Then, a strange mummy that was different from all the previous mummies appeared in front of him. Ancient mummy, high undead. Mummies were originally undead creatures that were commonly seen in the desert. Some were mummies that were made, while some were mummies that were produced due to natural reasons such as the climate. Usually, due to the dry air and hot temperature in the desert, corpses could easily become mummies. After being contaminated with some negative energy, the mummy would be resurrected as an undead creature. The strength of these mummies was limited. Although their defense was good and they were fast, these mummies were very afraid of fire. As long as they were careful, even ordinary civilians could deal with them. However, among these mummies, once some mutation or evolution occurred, their strength would be greatly increased. For example, the poison mummy and the ancient mummy were similar. Su Len was now facing an ancient mummy. The ancient mummy was much more powerful than the poison mummy.
Most importantly, the ancient mummy was already a legendary creature. Any creature that had the word ancient added to it would become very powerful. For example, the ancient dragon was the most powerful creature in the material world. Although the ancient mummy was also very powerful, it was far inferior to the ancient dragon. The challenge rating of the ancient mummy was level 20, and it had many spell-like abilities. Previously, Su Len had to be judged by the negative energy surrounding it when he was attacked. The ancient mummy was a powerful monster that appeared after hundreds or even thousands of years after ordinary mummies absorbed a powerful death energy. It could be said that it was very difficult to deal with. In addition to these, the ancient mummy also had high undead, negative energy erosion, immunity to ordinary weapons, corpse belt entanglement, fast movement, disease, curse, and more than a dozen other abilities. Of course, this kind of ancient mummy was not the most powerful. There was a kind of demigod mummy that was above the ancient mummy. However, this kind of monster rarely appeared in the material plane. Even if there were, most of them were sealed in remote corners. The creatures stronger than the demigod mummy were the abominations, life witherers. This was a powerful monster that was born in the god of death. Because they died before they were born, the life witherers had a strong hatred for all the living. This kind of monster was the legitimate child of the gods and was even more powerful than the demigod. The difference between them and the gods was that they did not have divinity. An evil energy field quickly spread out, suppressing the burning flames. The intensity of the fire was greatly reduced. Immediately after, a tall and big mummy walked out. This was a monster that was covered in bandages and surrounded by a strong death energy. Its scarlet eyes stared at Su Len. Whoosh! A strange figure dashed over. It was the ancient mummy. In a flash, it passed through the sea of fire and pounced on Su Luen. Su Luen frowned as he smelled a foul odor. This damn mummy didn't care about martial ethics and even dabbled in biochemical weapons. A monster wrapped in bandages rushed out from the shadows. Su Luen's storm war halberd swept out, and a powerful force was transmitted. The mummy's figure was forcibly blocked, and it was even forced back a few steps by Su Luen's weapon. Bah! It's too smelly. He was surrounded by a strong stench. Su Luen almost thought that he couldn't breathe. Wild wind. A whirlwind appeared around Su Luen. This whirlwind had no lethality, and its only effect was to blow away the surrounding air. With the help of the wild wind skill, Su Luen felt much better. Then he rushed to the culprit again, the ancient mummy. Greater haste. Dragon's strength. Bear's endurance. Cat's grace. Insight. Rays of light rose from Sullen's body, and Sullen's speed increased again. He moved and appeared around the ancient mummy, swinging his storm battle halberd. Cleave. Su Len swept past from the right, and the storm battle halberd hit the ancient mummy. The originally withered body of the ancient mummy had been modified by the rich death energy, and it was abnormally tough. Su Len felt as if he was cutting steel. And as he attacked, a powerful negative energy quickly enveloped his body and tried to invade it. Su Luen frowned as a chill came over him. The next moment, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body, and the dazzling lightning instantly dispersed the negative energy enveloping him. The chill around Sullen's body disappeared in an instant, and the powerful force of lightning turned into countless flashing lightning snakes that attacked the ancient mummy. Large amounts of lightning appeared on the ancient mummy's bandages. Thunder cleave. The storm battle halberd took advantage of the recoil force and spun in the air. Then, it struck again with the power of thunder. Lightning flashed on the primordial mummy's body, and a huge hole was cut in the bandage, revealing the dark brown body inside. It was the mummy's dried flesh. Death entanglement. The ancient mummy was pushed back by Sullen's attacks, and its body was constantly attacked by lightning. The ancient mummy roared angrily, but it was useless. At this moment, the ancient mummy moved back slightly, and the bandages on its body wrapped around Su Len like the tentacles of an octopus. In an instant, countless bandages appeared around Su Len, directly sealing his surroundings, and then suddenly wrapped around him. Su Len could not dodge in time, and was instantly bound by a few bandages. The moment he was bound, a cold force tried to invade Sullen's body through the bandages. At the same time, his life force was being pulled and sucked away. Thunder field. The powerful force of lightning exploded from Sullen's body, and directly removed the cold force that had invaded his body. The life force that was being pulled away was restored to normal.
Since you like to absorb so much, I'll give it to you. Su Len smiled ferociously and grabbed the bandages with one hand. The violent force of lightning in his body flowed through the bandages and into the ancient mummy's body. In an instant, the two types of energy exploded in the ancient mummy's body. Large amounts of lightning flashed, and strands of negative energy kept spreading. The ancient mummy's body was constantly crackling, and its body was constantly trembling. The bandages that were tightly wrapped around its body also loosened. Sullen's arm exerted force, and he grabbed the bandages with one hand and threw them out. In the next second, the ancient mummy's body fell heavily to the ground. Su Len did not let go, and he grabbed the bandages on the ancient mummy's body with one hand and slammed it hard. The marble floor in the ruins was full of cracks. Chapter 402. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, especially Valadin and Jane. As warriors, they knew how strong the ancient mummy was. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Although they already knew that Su Len was very powerful in the battle with the puppet golem, they were still stunned when they saw Su Len holding the ancient mummy and smashing it around like a sandbag. Sullen's strength was now 50 points, while the average legendary warrior's strength was around 25 or 26 points. Even the giants, who were known for their strength, only had around 40 points. Only the puppet golem's strength could compare with Sullen's. Sullen's entire body was covered with a layer of lightning. Powerful lightning energy burst out. After grabbing the ancient mummy, he used his arm to smash the ancient mummy to the ground again. Bang! 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 Numerous pits appeared on the hard ground of the ruins. Then, the sound of the ancient mummy being smashed could be heard. Along with the trembling of the ground, the ancient mummy was being smashed back and forth. In just a few breaths of time, pits appeared on the ground one after another. The bandages on the primordial mummy's body had also become tattered. Its bones, which were originally as hard as steel, had begun to crack under the continuous heavy blows. Bang! Another loud noise. The bandages in Sullen's hand finally could not withstand the pressure and completely broke. Although Su Len did not attack again, the ancient mummy was unable to move for a while. Su Len did not give it a chance to recover. The storm battle halberd in his hand shone with lightning again. The storm battle halberd stabbed down fiercely. Dazzling lightning enveloped the area. The powerful lightning energy made everyone who was dozens of meters away feel a sense of oppression like a natural disaster. Thunder Dragon Strike. Su Len jumped up and stabbed the storm battle halberd in his hand at the ancient mummy's head. Boom! Lightning flashed. The storm battle halberd directly pierced the ancient mummy's head and deeply penetrated into the ground. Crack! With a light sound, Su Luen slowly withdrew his weapon. A big hole was opened in the head of the ancient mummy on the ground. Whoosh! With a sigh of relief, the power of death on the ancient mummy's body quickly dissipated. Then, the body turned into countless dust like sand. A vague shadow appeared in front of Su Len. It was a middle-aged man who looked quite valiant. Judging from his skin color, he was very similar to the desert people. He smiled at Su Len and bowed. The next second, he directly turned into a faint fluorescent light and disappeared in front of Su Len. Clang! A purple soul crystal fell to the ground. Su Len quietly watched the soul dissipate. Then, he gently waved his hand, and the soul crystal flew into Sullen's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have received 86,300 experience points and the battle soul stone. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X1. Congratulations, host! You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a platinum treasure chest X2. Congratulations, host! You have successfully killed the primordial mummy. You have obtained a legendary skill point. Battle of the Desert Ruins. Level: Legendary. July, 1688 of the Huiwe calendar. You brought a map of the ruins to the desert to search for treasures. After a search, you have successfully found the desert ruins. You have also defeated the poison mummy, the advanced golem puppet, and an ancient mummy in the ruins. Your name has spread throughout the desert country. Prestige plus 15. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully killed 356 mummies. You have gained 356 experience points. You have gained an item, Air-Dried Bandage X20. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Len slowly breathed a sigh of relief.
The powerful lightning energy on his body dissipated, and the pressure around him gradually dissipated. After moving his body, Su Len lightly jumped and landed on a relatively intact piece of ground. He turned his head and looked at the passage behind him. The craftsmen were like quails, quickly shrinking their heads. Their eyes were fixed on their toes, not daring to raise their heads. Many of them were even trembling slightly. Valadin, the dwarf who always liked to speak loudly, seemed to have something stuck in his throat. He looked at Su Len with a pale face. The rogue Bane's hand holding his sword was trembling slightly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The warrior Jane's body was also trembling slightly, and his expression was extremely stiff. It was obvious that all the muscles in his body had been stretched to the extreme. "All right, what are you still standing there for? Clean up the battlefield and continue to search for the ruins," Su Len said to them. He then turned around and walked into the ruins. Phew! Bane quietly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure had dissipated, and it was as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, he heard a violent gasp. "That almost scared me to death. It was too scary." A worker next to him whispered. "Yeah, my heart was in my throat. Haha, our adventurer team has killed the primordial mummy. When we go back, those people will definitely be scared to death." Valadin the dwarf's loud voice rang out. "What are you jealous of? That primordial mummy was killed by the captain's stomach. What are you so proud of?" Jane, the warrior next to him, said. "The captain and I are in the same team. If the captain killed it, it was also our team that killed it," Valadin the dwarf said with a stiff neck. Jane laughed. "Then why didn't you go up just now?" "I was just about to go up. Who knew that the captain was too strong? That primordial mummy was too weak. It fell before I even made a move." Valadin's expression showed that it was not that he did not put in effort, but that the opponent was too weak. "Aren't you the one who was so scared that your legs went soft? You're the one who was so scared that your legs went soft. All right, stop arguing. Didn't you hear that the captain just asked us to clean up the battlefield and the ruins? Be careful of the captain coming back to deal with you." Bane the rogue immediately reminded the two of them when he saw that they were about to quarrel. The two of them looked at each other, then snorted and turned their heads away. After Su Len killed the primordial mummy, he began to search the area. This was the noble area of the ruins, and also the essence of the ruins. Although it was very dilapidated and there was a big battle, there were still many good things left behind. At that time, this should be the place where the fiercest battle took place. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the beautiful and solid marble buildings had collapsed. There were traces of battle everywhere. There were also many dead bodies on the ground. Many of the corpses had been resurrected under the effect of the death energy. However, the strength of these undead was not high. They were far worse than the primordial mummy. Wherever Su Len went, these low-level undead fell in groups. Even if there was a poisonous mummy that occasionally appeared, it would be taken care of by him in a few moves. Sullen's main purpose here was to find the Battle Soul Stone. He was going to build the Hero's Spirit Pagoda in the Beifeng Principality. He needed 2 Battle Soul Stones. When he killed the primordial mummy, the system rewarded him with 1. Now he was short of 1. Battle Soul Stones were generally born in large battlefields. The battle in this underground ruin was very fierce, and the number of casualties was likely to be as high as hundreds of thousands. Su Len also found that the main reason for the destruction of this ruined city was the war. In a battlefield of this level, the probability of a Battle Soul Stone being born was very high. The area of the noble area was not small. Su Len spent some time only to walk around more than half of it. At this time, he suddenly felt a strange soul fluctuation, which was very similar to the fluctuation of the Battle Soul Stone he had seen before. Su Len paused, then closed his eyes and carefully felt the location of this energy. After a few minutes, Su Len suddenly opened his eyes, moved his body, and walked to the side. This was a completely destroyed palace. Collapsed marble pillars, broken decorations, and a large number of corpses were left on the ground. It was no different from the other areas. Su Len gently waved his storm war halberd, and a gust of wind blew, blowing the corpses up. A sparkling and translucent red crystal-like stone was lying on the ground. Su Len gently waved his hand, and the strange crystal flew into Sullen's hand. His luck was not bad. It was indeed a Battle Soul Stone. Su Len flipped his palm and put the Battle Soul Stone into his storage space.
After obtaining the Battle Soul Stone, Sullen's purpose this time was completed. He did not continue to explore.
The noble area was the essence of this ruin. According to the calculations of the previous ruins explorers, the noble area's harvest could account for more than 70% of the entire ruin. He did not plan to explore the remaining areas. The main reason was that the cost was high, and the harvest was just passable. And there was another reason. There seemed to be something sealed under the ruins. When Su Len was fighting with the ancient mummy, he had already felt that there was a powerful decaying evil force under the ruins. That force was more powerful than the ancient mummy that Su Len had killed. When he came to the desert country, Su Len had inquired in advance. Many of the ruins held the sealers, prisoners and test subjects of the arcane kingdom. Among them, there were some demon lords and even ancient evil creatures. The period of the arcane kingdom was the most glorious period of the Arcanist civilization. They even dared to go to war with the gods. They had studied the gods, divinity, and other powers. They had begun to touch the realm of the gods. There was nothing they did not dare to do. Those great arcanists imprisoned the demon lords, imprisoned the evil gods, captured the abominations, and even some taboo research. More than 80% of the taboo knowledge that had been passed down was researched during the period of the arcane kingdom. It could be seen how bold the group of arcanists was. Back then, they had almost overturned the gods. Who knew if there was an abomination, a demon lord, or an evil god sealed in this ancient ruin? With Sullen's strength, he might not be able to escape unscathed from these monsters. Maybe when he broke through the high-level legendary realm and stepped into the realm of demigod, he would talk to those sealed monsters again.
Chapter 403.
Su Len returned to the hall and left the VIP area in the ruins to the others to continue searching.
Su Len began to check his harvest. Including the one he just killed, he had killed a total of 3 poisonous mummies and 1 primordial mummy. The poisonous mummy gave Su Len more than 9,000 experience points, 3 gold treasure chests, and a few high-tier soul crystals and jewels. The primordial mummy gave him 2 platinum treasure chests. Su Len now had a total of 5 treasure chests. As for the puppet golem, it did not give him anything. However, the puppet golem itself was a big harvest. If it could be developed, the high-end combat power of the Beifeng Principality would soar. However, it was not easy to develop such a high-end technology. He could only let Hathaway do it slowly. Su Len opened his inventory and found 3 gold treasure chests. He chose to open them directly. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations! You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained an item. Arcane card. Congratulations! You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained 3 skill points. Congratulations! You have opened a gold treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Vampiric Touch. As the light faded, 3 items appeared in front of Su Len. He began to check the attributes of the 3 items. Arcane cards, also known as the cards of wisdom or the cards of miracles, these are the treasures left behind by the arcane kingdom. Each arcane card has a unique magic power. A complete arcane card has 108 cards. They may bring you good luck, but they may also bring you disaster. Currently owned cards, 1 of 108. Is this a card draw? Sullen's face darkened. In the many games that he had played in his previous life, almost all of them had this card draw game that made the players cheer for the lucky king and the non-players chop off their hands. Generally, it was fine if you had a conscience. There was the so-called guarantee of 10 consecutive draws. However, there were some that were screwed. You might not even get an SSR card even if you drew 100 cards. As for Su Len, he belonged to the kind of people who could only draw 10 consecutive draws. As for the miracle of drawing a single card, he had never seen one before. However, ever since he came to this world, his luck seemed to have improved. Thinking of this, Su Len took out the arcane card and prepared to give it a try. The cards that had not been activated were the same on both sides. These cards were made of an unknown alloy and had a unique hexagram mark and the Eye of Truth insignia on them. Before it was activated, no one knew what this arcane card represented. This kind of arcane card could only be activated by inputting energy according to the patterns on the card. Su Len flipped through the card and confirmed that there were no problems. He then picked up the card and tried to inject energy. Su Len picked up the card and tried to inject energy into it. A faint light appeared. After the arcane card in Sullen's hand absorbed the energy, a ripple of energy appeared. Then,
An image appeared in the center of the card. The first image that appeared was a library filled with books. This scene surprised Su Len. This meant that this card was most likely a knowledge card. He could learn a spell or obtain some advanced knowledge through this card. Then, the door opened. An ancient alchemy rune appeared and sank into Sullen's body. Focus! A magical force surged into Sullen's body and instantly merged with it. After Sullen's brain experienced a swelling pain, a cool feeling appeared. It felt like he had been concentrating on one thing for a long time and was mentally exhausted. Finally, after the cool feeling appeared, the fatigue gradually disappeared. The system's voice rang in his ears again. Congratulations, the arcane card Focus has been activated. You have awakened the personal ability, Focus. Your mental strength has increased a little. Energy modification completed. At this moment, Su Len felt that his mind was very clear. It seemed that after a long period of hard work, his mental strength had been tempered. His mental strength had become stronger. Focus. Personal talent. After a long period of hard work, this has greatly strengthened your mental strength and knowledge. Whether it's learning, fighting, or doing other things, you will be more serious. Your learning efficiency will increase by 15% and the chances of being sneak attacked will be reduced. Su Len raised his eyebrows. This time, he had drawn a personal talent. His luck was really good. This kind of talent card was relatively rare. Among the 108 cards, only a few had this effect. For example, the effect of the Dragon Disciple card could directly give one the power of a Dragon Disciple. The card could increase strength to 20 points, constitution to 18 points, and charm to 20 points. It could also be compatible with the previous profession. In other words, this card could directly allow one to take on a profession. The person who obtained the Dragon Disciple card was a wizard. After taking on the profession of a Dragon Disciple, he became very powerful and later broke through to the legendary level. It was said that he had now left this realm to travel to other realms. Sullen's card was only a low-level one among the cards that increased attributes and talents, but overall, it was still very good. In addition to this arcane card, Su Len also received 3 skill points and a skill, Vampiric Touch. The skill points were also a good reward. Su Len looked at the description of Vampiric Touch. Vampiric Touch, the system's bloodthirst skill fused with the rules of this world. When attacking an enemy, the user can absorb the enemy's energy or life force and convert it into their own. Effect. After using, the user absorbs 50 energy or life force and increases the user's HP by 50 points. Effect lasts for 1 minute and disappears after absorbing 50 energy or life force. This skill might be a godly skill for others, but for Su Len who had physical healing, this skill was a little useless. 50 points of HP was roughly equivalent to a medium-level injury. Sullen's physical healing could recover about the same amount of HP. After looking at it, this skill only required 1 skill point. Su Len thought for a while and learned this skill. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, Su Len opened the remaining 2 platinum treasure chests. Along with a burst of light and shadow effects, the system's familiar voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, 9 Heavens Black Iron *1. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item, Self-Created Hero Template *1. After hearing the system's prompt, Sullen's face showed a hint of joy. This time, he was very lucky to open the treasure chest. The 9 Heavens Black Iron could be considered a godly weapon in the game. In the game, not only could it increase one's strength, but it also had the effect of recovering one's life force. Moreover, it also had the Iron Wall talent. It could be said that it was very cost-effective. However, after coming to this world, he did not know what the attributes of this item would be. Su Len could not wait to check the description of the 9 Heavens Black Iron. 9 Heavens Black Iron. A magical metal that fell from the sky. It has incredible power. It is an extremely precious material that can be used to forge godly weapons. The 9 Heavens Black Iron contains a magical power. After wearing it, one will receive a buff. Strength +10, Constitution +10, and the additional innate skills, Regeneration and Iron Wall. The buff will be ineffective if one's attributes exceed 50. F***CK. 10 points of strength and 10 points of constitution.
After seeing the buff effect of the 9 Heavens Black Iron, Su Len was surprised. One should know that in this world, an ordinary adult male without training would only have 7 or 8 points of constitution. However, this 9 Heavens Black Iron could actually increase both constitution and strength by 10 points. This buff could instantly allow an ordinary person to surpass a knight. As for the buff effect, it was also very practical. Sullen's strength had reached 50 points, and his constitution had reached 47 points. This 9 Heavens Black Iron did not give him much of a buff. As for the innate skills, Su Len already had them. The innate skills of this item could not be stacked. However, although it was not very useful to him, this 9 Heavens Black Iron was actually a material for forging godly weapons. Godly weapons, as the name implied, were powerful weapons created by the gods. Generally speaking, legendary weapons and legendary magical items were the next step up and were high-tier legendary items. It was still more difficult to become a godly weapon. When the gods forged godly weapons, they would need to inject some divinity into them. Only then could the weapons be considered godly weapons. One should know that divinity was very precious. Using one's own power to forge godly weapons was a very extravagant act. It was also because of this that the gods rarely forged godly weapons. After all, every time they forged a godly weapon, it was equivalent to weakening a part of their own power. This was also the reason why godly weapons were so powerful. The 9 Heavens Black Iron in front of him could be used to forge godly weapons. In other words, he could forge godly weapons without using a small amount of divinity. This function alone was enough to make all the wizard organizations and churches on the continent fight over it. One should know that the godly weapons created by the gods were restricted by their alignment. For example, if a god from the lawful good alignment created a godly weapon, then the godly weapon's usage requirement would be lawful good. There were quite a number of godly weapons in the multiverse. Many powerful gods had left behind godly weapons. Many gods would inject their own rules and divine power into the godly weapons, and then give it to their believers to use. This kind of godly weapon could only be used by the gods themselves and their believers. Of course, there were also some godly weapons without owners that were lost in the multiverse. Many of those godly weapons were left behind by the fallen gods. There were very few godly weapons in the multiverse that did not have alignment restrictions. The Flail of Time was one of them. This was also one of the reasons why this godly weapon was so popular. Su Len still did not have the ability to forge godly weapons, so this piece of 9 Heavens Black Iron could only be temporarily hidden. Before he had the power to protect this material, he did not plan to take it out. He would keep it in his storage space. Who knew if there would be a high-tier wizard or god who had nothing better to do than to do divination? His storage space could block this kind of spell. Chapter 404. Sullen's system had the ability to block prophecies, so he did not have to worry about being discovered by others. As for creating divine artifacts, he did not have the ability to do so yet. After putting away the 9 Heavens Black Iron, Su Len took the last item, the self-created hero template. Su Len was already very familiar with this item. It could turn an ordinary person into a hero. He had not thought of who to give this item to, so he would keep it for the time being. In addition to these items, Su Len had obtained a legendary skill point when he killed the ancient mummy. After thinking for a while, Su Len used the legendary skill point on his advanced regeneration talent. Are you sure you want to use the legendary skill point on the talent, advanced regeneration? Yes. After Su Len confirmed, the legendary skill point on the system panel slowly disappeared. Then, a strong force surged into Sullen's body. At this moment, his body seemed to be torn apart. Every inch of his body seemed to have been beaten countless times and then reconstructed. Intense pain came from his body, and in the midst of this pain, a powerful vitality appeared in his body. Every cell in his body seemed to be awakened, and a powerful life energy gathered in his body. At this moment, his body seemed to be reborn. A row of data appeared. Advanced regeneration has evolved into legendary regeneration. Your life force has increased. Your recovery ability has increased. You have obtained broken limb rebirth. Detected that the host has legendary strength. You have obtained the special talent, immortality. Legendary regeneration. After arduous training, you have finally broken through the limits of mortals and entered the realm of transcendence. After obtaining legendary regeneration, unless the heart or head is severely damaged, more than 50% of the heart or head is damaged, the other parts will quickly recover after being injured. Broken limb rebirth. After the body is damaged,
as long as there is a certain amount of time, your body will regenerate.
Phew.
Su Len slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Although there did not seem to be much change on the surface, Su Len knew that his body's vitality had become very high. With legendary regeneration, not only had Su Len's recovery ability been greatly improved, but his life force had also been greatly increased. If his lifespan was 1,000 years in the past, it had now increased to 1,500 years. In addition to legendary regeneration, Su Len also obtained another special talent, immortality. Immortality did not mean that Su Len could live forever, but that his body would not show signs of aging while he was alive. Immortality, special talent, requires the prerequisites of legendary strengthening and legendary regeneration. With the immortality talent, your body will never age and your physical fitness will always be at its peak. Note: you are immune to aging spells. After seeing the gift of immortality, Su Len's face showed a touch of joy. This gift was actually eternal youth. Although legendary professions had a long lifespan, they would still age, but the speed of aging was much slower than those below the legendary level, especially physical professions. For example, a legendary warrior had a lifespan of 200 years. Under normal circumstances, his combat power would be maintained at the peak of 130 to 150 years old. After the peak period, his combat power would slowly decline. In the last 10 years, his strength would even fall below the legendary realm. After Su Len obtained the immortality talent, he would no longer be limited by aging. After moving his body, Su Len took out a sharp knife and slashed it on his arm to observe the speed of his recovery. The sharp knife slashed and a shallow wound appeared on his arm. With legendary toughness, his body's defense had become very high. Ordinary knives could no longer hurt him. The knife Su Len used was a magic item with sharpness +1 and armor penetration +1. Blood flowed out, but after a moment, the wound began to scab. After a while, the scab completely fell off with a gentle touch. The wound just now had disappeared, and the skin was as smooth as new. After checking his body, Su Len left the room. Next was the rest of the loot in the ruins. It took a total of 3 days to clean up the ruins. The main reason was that many places had been buried by sand and needed to be dug up again. The ruins were not very big. In the end, Su Len and the others collected all the valuable things they could find. In the end, a small mountain of treasure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the mountain of gold in front of him, Su Len's eyes were dazzled by the golden light. The others around also stared at the mountain of gold in front of them, greed flashing in their eyes. How much is there in total? Su Len looked at the mountain of gold in front of him and asked. 63,500 gold coins, more than 1,000 pieces of jewelry, gold and so on. There are 326 magic gems, magic crystals, and relatively well-preserved magic items, etc. No one is hiding anything, right? Su Len said casually. No, we've checked all of them. Barn grinned. Su Luan knew very well that those workers might not have a secret stash, but it was not certain whether the 3 professionals had a secret stash. However, Su Len did not mind. The most precious things in the ruins were basically in his storage space. The rest were only gems and gold. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have a space bag. How much could they take? Then we'll divide it according to what we said before. All the workers will get 20%, I'll take 35%, and the 3 of you will each get 15%, Su Len said directly. Agreed. You've contributed the most in this ruin. We have no problem with you taking the biggest share. Bane nodded. I agree too. You're too generous. Valadin and Jane nodded. Out of the 63,500 gold coins, Su Len took 22,000, Bane and the other 2 professionals each got 9,500, and the rest of the workers got 65 each. Su Len did not take the gold, jewelry, and magic items. These things were of no use to him, but he took all the magic gems. The more than 1,000 pieces of gold were distributed to the 3 of them, and the magic items were also distributed to them. However, there were only a few items that were still in good condition and could be used. Su Len and the 3 professionals took out another 2,000 gold coins to compensate the others. The division of the treasure was successfully completed. 1 gold coin from the Arcane Empire era in the ruins could be exchanged for 3 kinner. After this trip, even the craftsmen had almost obtained more than 200 kinner. For ordinary people, this was a wealth that they might not be able to accumulate in their lifetime. After the distribution of the treasure, Su Len and the others left the underground ruins happily. After everyone left, Su Len gently snapped his fingers. The sand and stones beside him quickly slid down and the ruins were resealed. After that, Su Len also used mud to stone to turn the sand and stones into real stones and completely sealed the ruins. There was no delay here. Everyone was eager to go back. After getting rich overnight, they all wanted to go back and enjoy themselves. Who would want to work again? Su Len, I reckon that after this trip, the 3 professionals might even consider retiring directly. As for adventure, if it was not for money, who would be willing to dance on the edge of a knife? Many mercenaries and adventurers would turn around and leave the business after accumulating enough money. After all, if you were not careful in this business, you might lose your life before spending all your money. Then the hard-earned money would become someone else's. The return trip was faster than when they came. 2 days later, Su Len and the others returned to Hulta. Back to Sullen's trip to the Desert Kingdom. In the royal city of Florence, in a beautifully decorated palace. Daniel was sitting in his chair with a distressed look. As the 3rd heir to the royal family of Henry, he was quite favored in the palace. However, it was still difficult for him to inherit the throne. Since the beginning of the new year, His Majesty's body had some problems. All kinds of diseases kept appearing. Even if he invited the Bishop of the Church of Life to help treat the disease, the effect was not good. Everyone knew that King Henry's life was coming to an end. This was not good news for Daniel. If his father had been alive, then he would have had time and opportunity to go further. However, his father, His Majesty Henry, was not as energetic as before. Even if he wanted to pass the throne to him, it was unlikely that he could do it. As the 3rd heir to the Kingdom of Florence, he did not have a good relationship with his 2 brothers. It should be said that it was very bad. No matter which one of them took the throne in the end, what awaited him would not be good. If it was better, they would give him a remote piece of land and kick him back. If his 2 brothers were more evil, it wouldn't be strange if they directly sent people to kill him on his way to his fief. In the end, they would push the blame to the bandits and he would pretend to be inconsolable, and this matter would be over. No one would pay attention to a dead prince. In the quiet side hall, the palace guards had all retreated. In the empty hall, only Daniel sat there quietly. "Dear, are you waiting for me?" A frivolous laughter sounded, and then a hazy figure appeared in the hall. The figure swayed gently, and a large number of ripples appeared in the surrounding space like the water surface. Finally, the ripples disappeared, and a charming and seductive figure appeared there. This woman was stunningly beautiful. Her every move was full of temptation. Her impressive figure was only covered by a few pieces of cloth. At first glance, one could not take their eyes off her. Her body was also covered by a layer of transparent gauze, which made her even more seductive. This was a peerless beauty. Chapter 405. Daniel was not surprised at all by the sudden appearance of the woman in the hall. It was as if he knew she would come. The woman in front of him gave off a seductive aura like a succubus. However, a wizard who was well versed in the lower planes and had mastered the study of demons and ghosts would be able to tell that the woman in front of him was not a succubus. Instead, she was a devil from the hell of Bator. A pleasure devil. This creature with the appearance of a woman had soft amber hair and purple eyes that rippled like a pool of water. Her clothes revealed her soft breasts and back. A smile appeared on her lips. Her plump red lips were slightly pouted as if she was waiting for a kiss, or as if she was pouting coquettishly to her lover. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of playfulness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Pleasure devils were the evolved form of lustful devils. They were devils who were very good at disguising themselves. Their favorite thing to do was to seduce the followers of the gods into depravity. They did not like hell. To them, the material plane was full of ripe fruits that could be harvested. Pleasure devils would not feel guilty about seducing any man or woman of any race. It was their duty to collect fresh souls. They liked to seduce mortals into depravity. The more noble a person was, the more they wanted to seduce them. Pleasure devils liked to use all kinds of methods to make people fall step by step. Then, when the fruit was ripe, they would harvest it. Pleasure devils had the bloodline of fallen angels. In fact, the earliest devils all had the bloodline of angels. It was said that the devils in the hell of Bator were originally angels. During the war between the ancient gods of order and the bottomless abyss, some of the angels had been infected by the power of the lower planes because they had been fighting against the abyss for a long time.
In the end, they fell and became devils. My dear Daniel, I haven't seen you for so long. I've missed you so much. The pleasure devil smiled seductively. Her eyes rippled, and her red lips curved into a beautiful arc. I'm reminded of the wonderful times we had together. You were so strong. So charming. As she spoke, the pleasure devil swayed her body and walked over. Her body was faintly discernible under the thin veil. It made one's breath quicken involuntarily. Daniel's expression was not very good. He coldly glanced at the flirtatious pleasure devil and said in a deep voice, "Enough, stop pretending. We're even now." "Of course we're even, but I like you, little cutie." A frivolous voice sounded. The pleasure demon walked gracefully to Daniel. Then, her body flashed and her alluring body instantly wrapped around Daniel's body like a beautiful snake. I still clearly remember the wonderful times we spent together. At that time, you called me little sweetie. Now you're so fierce to me. I'm really sad. Daniel's breathing was obviously a little hurried, and his face had turned a little red. His body had also undergone some changes, but his rationality still prevailed. Daniel took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart as he said in a deep voice, "Put away that trick of yours. It's useless against me." The pleasure devil watched Daniel's actions with great interest. She reached her hand into his collar and stroked his chest back and forth. She even stuck out her tongue and licked his neck and earlobe a few times. Just as she was about to go deeper, Daniel suddenly broke free from her embrace. "Angry? Seeing how uncomfortable you are, I want to help you," the pleasure devil said with some grievance. Daniel's body was a little stiff. He slowly turned around and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. "Help me? How do you want to help me? Or what do you want?" It was not easy to get help from the demons. These guys who liked to play with people's hearts would not help others for no reason. Moreover, they would also leave behind various traps when they helped you. Once you were careless, they would easily take away all the benefits, including your life. The demons' favorite thing to do was to use various means to exploit the loopholes in a contract. For example, some inconspicuous patterns on a contract were very likely to be traps. In the ancient arcane kingdom, the arcanist specially produced several books, How to Sign a Contract with the Demons, and The Demon's Trap. Just as famous as these books was the Guide to the Wishing Spell. When using the wishing spell, one would need to reach an agreement with the jinn. If it was just a simple description, the jinn would intentionally misinterpret it. One would need to use a more rigorous description to plug up all the loopholes. The pleasure devil tilted her head, wearing an alluring smile on her beautiful face. She propped up her chin with one hand and propped it up with the other. She looked at Daniel with great interest. "Souls, excellent souls. Although you've provided quite a number of souls, to be honest, the quality of those souls isn't very good. It can be said that their souls can't be polished at all. They are also unable to release that enchanting soul light. This time around, I hope that you can provide better souls." "Impossible," Daniel said coldly. "Previously, in order to provide you with the souls you needed, I almost handed over all the prisoners in the royal capital's prison to you. What else do you want?" Daniel's countenance was grim. A powerful aura rose from his body, and his abilities as a conferred knight were unleashed in an instant. The pleasure devil's expression was one of astonishment and fear. She even put on an act and patted her chest, causing her voluptuous breasts to jiggle a little. She approached with light footsteps, as if she was not afraid at all. She exhaled and said, "My dear Daniel, don't be so angry. You've scared me. Didn't I help you increase your abilities and then help you take control of an army? Those officers have also sworn to be loyal to you. What else do you want? Do you want to take control of even more armies? I can help you with this. As for the reward, if you really can't do it, you can owe me first. If you can accompany me tonight, that would be even better." The pleasure devil stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her charming face. She then appeared next to Daniel with a flash, wrapping herself around him like a beautiful snake. Her palms caressed him gently and slid into his clothes agilely. Her petite body twisted slightly, leaving behind a series of lipstick marks on his face and neck. In the end, she even nibbled on his earlobe gently. At the same time, she said in an alluring voice, "Your words sound so righteous, but your body's reaction is so real. There's still plenty of time tonight. Let's enjoy it slowly. Oh right. I've just learned a few new techniques. Let's try them out today.
Su Len was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the Kingdom of Florence. The embroidered uniform guards had just been established. Even if they possessed various professional skills, they would still need to integrate themselves into the locals before they could obtain any information. After the North Wind Dukedom was officially established, more and more people came to the North Town to do business. Caravans loaded with goods came one after another. From the outside, this caravan didn't seem to be anything special. However, if the experienced mercenaries were to take a look, they would discover that this caravan seemed to have a lot of manpower. After exiting the city gates, the merchant team continued to move forward for about 2 kilometers.
How many people are coming this time around?
A middle-aged man dressed like a merchant asked another person. Beside him, a warrior dressed like a strong warrior replied, "This time we brought 200 people.
All of them are illegal residents and slaves. I heard that you can earn money by providing food in the North Town.
After working for 5 years, you can even get a piece of land.
Those people are all fighting to come here. We didn't even spend a single copper this time. All we did was provide them with some food.
If they were in the city, they would either starve to death or be sold as slaves.
How can there be such a good deal? With so many people this time, we should be able to get a trading spot.
It's so hard to get a trading spot in the North Town."
That's right.
Who asked him to have so many good things?
I want to buy at least 50 kilograms of white sugar this time. The North Town.
After a long period of construction, the North Town looked very good.
It was clean and tidy with green trees and flowers.
More importantly, the North Town had a lot of goods that were in high demand. After transporting people and all kinds of goods from other places to the North Town and selling them, they could buy the goods that were in high demand in the North Town.
In this way, a medium-sized merchant team could make at least 10,000 kinner in profit. It was a huge profit.
Although the North Town had a lot of strict laws and regulations, there were still a lot of merchants who came here to do business.
Many people even spent money to buy property here after discovering the sanitation of the North Town. They were planning to live here for a long time.
After we go back this time, send people to the nearby villages to recruit refugees.
I'll send you some more people.
There are more refugees in the villages.
You don't have to pay for them. Just give them food.
All right.
Remember to pick them.
Don't take the old, the sick, or the disabled. Just take the young and strong ones who can work if they are a family.
I know.
We won't take in the old, the sick, or the disabled. They might not even be able to finish the journey. If they die on the way, our investment will be wasted." The man patted his chest and said,
"Remember to let them eat until they are full. They will have to sleep and eat on the road.
If they don't eat until they are full, they might not make it. Not only will they not make any money, they will also have to pay for the food," the merchant said to the others.
Everyone nodded in agreement.
After the 3rd phase of the North Town's construction was completed, they began to send workers to Mirror Lake City. The 2nd phase of the construction had already started. Su Len had set a target of 50,000 people for Mirror Lake City. At the same time, the 4th city was being prepared. This time, Su Len planned to build the city to the west of the North Town. The 4 cities would surround Sullen's territory.
Chapter 406.
The Duchy of North Wind's construction was still ongoing. From the North City to the Kingdom of Florence's Blackstone Fort, there was a 300-mile stretch of wilderness. There was not a single human city, which was very unfriendly for caravans. A small caravan without enough strength would not be able to traverse such a distance. Even for large caravans, the cost of traversing such a long stretch of wilderness was very high. It was also very dangerous. Therefore, the Duchy of North Wind's next goal was to build a new city 50 kilometers southwest of the North City. This way, not only could they expand the territory of the Duchy of North Wind, but it would also make the trade route more convenient and smooth. However, the problem that limited the Duchy of North Wind's development was still the problem of population. The most popular thing in the Duchy of North Wind was the population trade. On average, the population of the Duchy of North Wind would increase by 300 people every day. In a month, the population would increase by nearly 10,000 people. The increase in population did not cause too much of a problem for the Duchy of North Wind. For 2 years in a row, they had been reclaiming land and planting crops. Now, the food production in Northtown City was enough to feed 10 times the population. In fact, This was still an undercount. There were 150,000 mu of land outside the North City. 2/3 of it was used to plant food, and the rest was used to plant other economic crops. Under the effect of the harvest altar, the potatoes in the North City could mature 3 times a year, producing more than 1,500 kilograms of potatoes. In a year, the North City's food production could reach 200,000 tons. Even so, the Duchy of North Wind did not stop reclaiming the land. By next year, the Duchy of North Wind's food production would increase again. The increase in food production brought about too many benefits. In addition to satisfying the basic needs of the people, the rest of the food was transported to the distillery and the farm. The North City's vodka production was very high. Vodka was very popular in the northern provinces, but the sales in the south were average. Every month, the North City made a lot of profits. In addition to the distillery, the rest of the food was used to develop the livestock industry. The livestock industry in the North City had moved to Centaur City. After a year of development, the livestock industry in Centaur City had developed rapidly. The number of horses in Centaur City had reached 5,000, and the number of cows and sheep had broken through 50,000. It was barely enough to meet the needs of the Duchy of North Wind. However, the number of livestock in Centaur City was still increasing. The development of the northern battlefront city was changing rapidly due to the large amount of investment. It could be said that it was the fastest developing city in the entire continent. Mirror Lake City's plan was to have a population of 50,000, and the new city they were planning to build also had a population of 50,000. In addition to the 150,000 in Northtown City and 10,000 in Centaur City, the Duchy of North Wind needed a population of 260,000, and Northtown City only had 170,000 to 180,000. Although the Bei Feng Principality had already been established, the population trade would be the top priority of the Bei Feng Principality for some time to come. By the time Su Len returned from the Desert Kingdom, it had been more than a month. Although he had been away from Northern Town for more than a month, the city hadn't been affected. Crazy and Hathaway had managed the city well. The construction of the new city in the southwest had also begun. The first batch consisted of 3,000 people. At this time, the city had already built some simple walls and some houses. The ones responsible for their safety were 500 soldiers from Northtown City, including 200 spearmen, 200 archers, and 100 barbarian soldiers. After the construction of the camp was completed, Su Len would send more people to build the city. After returning to Northern Citadel, Su Luen rested for a day before going to the central square of the city. He planned to build the Martyr's Palace. Some people said that tower didn't sound nice, but now it was changed to palace. The Martyr's Palace and the Arc de Triomphe would be built as a set. Su Len planned to build both on the same central axis. The main road of Northtown City would pass through the Arc de Triomphe and reach the central plaza before reaching the Martyr's Palace. When Su Len was building the city, he had reserved a lot of empty land. There was also a lot of space in the central plaza. Su Len had specially reserved a piece of land for the Martyr's Palace. After deciding to build the Martyr's Palace, the construction team from Northtown City quickly arrived. The construction team had plenty of experience, so they had no problem building the basic structure of the Martyr's Palace. After Su Len gave them the blueprints of the Martyr's Palace, the construction team began construction. The construction of the Martyr's Palace required a lot of marble, and some places even required obsidian. The blueprint of the Martyr's Palace was tall and majestic. The entire structure was built with stone. There were many murals and sculptures inside the Martyr's Palace, depicting legends and battles that Northtown City had experienced. After arranging the construction of the Martyr's Palace, Su Len only needed to visit it every day. Once the construction was complete, he also needed to place 2 battle soulstones inside the Martyr's Palace. Only then would the Martyr's Palace be considered complete. Without the battle soulstones, the Martyr's Palace would only be a grand hall at most. It wouldn't have any special effects. A depth tower. Astrology platform. After a satisfying battle, Su Len shifted into a more comfortable position. He had just gotten his fill. His fighting spirit had soared after living in the desert for more than a month. After venting, his body felt refreshed. By the time he got out of bed, it was already late in the morning. A faint fragrance lingered at the tip of Su Len's nose. Several body scents mixed together, intoxicating Su Len. 4 beautiful faces entered his sight. He had tormented himself quite a bit last night. Even the little succubus Chris and dragon warlock Phyllis, who had powerful physiques, were exhausted. There were still traces of last night's frenzy on their bodies. Their smooth, delicate skin and astonishing elasticity gave him the urge to do it again. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough to let the exhausted women go. Using his strong willpower, Su Len forced himself to get up from the soft and fragrant bed. He picked up a set of neatly folded clothes from the bedside cabinet. It was a loose robe, a style that the nobles of the northern lands usually liked to wear. After putting on the clothes, Su Len patted their full, round buttocks a few times. The full moon swayed back and forth like a jelly, abnormally alluring.
What are you doing?
Annoying, I want to sleep some more. I'm so sleepy, don't disturb me.
I'll sleep some more.
They rolled over and pulled their blankets to get out of bed.
Time to wake up.
Su Len couldn't help but pinch the jelly. However, the women on the bed were unwilling to get up. Su Len smiled and pretended to be happy.
You don't want to get up?
Since the weather is so good, let's do some morning exercises. With that, he pulled Alex up by the waist and curled his legs into a triangular stabilizing position.
No, I'll get up right away.
Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway, Alex, Chris, and Phyllis instantly regained their vitality and scrambled to get up.
Don't you want to do some morning exercises? You know, a good day starts in the morning.
Su Len pretended to be very regretful and said. The women rolled their eyes and got up with a frown. The breakfast in the Wizard Tower was very simple, but it was made with great care. Milk, bread, and a few pieces of delicious ham were all it took. After lunch, Su Len and Hathaway went to the laboratory, and then took out the high-grade golem he obtained from the desert ruins, this time from the storage space. A 3-meter-tall golem covered in silver-white metal appeared in the laboratory.
This is the golem you encountered in the desert ruins?
It looks very powerful. Hathaway's eyes lit up when she saw the golem. This kind of high-grade golem looked extraordinary at first glance, with a strong sense of science fiction in the interstellar era. Yes, this thing was very difficult to deal with in the underground ruins. If it weren't for the lack of maintenance for thousands of years and the lack of weight, it would have been very difficult to take it down. Su Len patted the golem and said, You don't know, but this high-grade golem has a powerful equipment, the elemental Fisher light blade. This thing is very destructive, and its sharpness is amazing. Ordinary weapons will break with just a touch, and in terms of sharpness alone, it has surpassed legendary weapons.
Elemental Fisher light blade? Are you sure?
Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway immediately asked in surprise.
Yes, I've seen it used.
Hathaway said with a look of joy, The elemental Fisher light blade is a very powerful technology. Weapons made with this technology can reach the power of divine weapons, and can break the divine power field of gods and cause damage to gods.
So powerful?
Su Len looked surprised, and then asked a little strangely, Then why did I feel that it was only at the legendary level when I encountered it last time? This technology was first developed by the great arcanists to deal with the abominations. The abominations have the same divine power field as the gods. Later, when the arcanists and the gods went to war, this weapon was used to deal with the gods. When you encountered it, their energy was almost exhausted, so naturally, it was impossible to activate the strongest level. You should know that the elemental Fisher light blade is a charged weapon. To reach the power of a divine weapon, it needs to be infused with all the energy of the elemental pool. As for reaching the power of killing gods, the energy required is even more powerful. Only a strategic building at the level of the floating city can support it.
So strong.
Su Len was slightly surprised. Fortunately, these golems had lost their abundant energy. Otherwise, if this thing had reached the level of a divine weapon, Su Len would have been in danger at that time. Chapter 407. Elemental Splitting Light Blade was just one of the technologies used to fight against the gods in the era of the Arcane Empire. Other powerful weapons such as Super Arcane Crystal Pulse Cannon, Arcane Crystal Energy Annihilation Cannon, etc. During the era of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists began to study a topic: how to kill a god. In theory, the easiest way to kill a god was when the god descended in the form of a saint. The power of the god would be greatly limited in the form of a saint. The best opportunity to kill a god in history was during the Avatar Crisis. At that time, the Avatar Crisis broke out, and all the gods were forced to descend into the world. They were also cut off from the divine kingdom and lost most of their power. When the Avatar Crisis came, many gods fell, And that was also the time when the mortals had the highest chance of becoming a god.
At that time, there were records of mortals who succeeded in killing a god and became a god. But if it wasn't for the Avatar crisis, it would be very difficult to kill a god. The divine shield used by the gods to protect themselves was enough to withstand dozens of legendary spells at once, and this divine shield had a rapid recovery effect. As long as the divine power in the divine kingdom was abundant, the divine shield would be quickly repaired. The best way to break a god's divine shield was to directly break through the upper limit of the god's divine shield with powerful energy. The strength of this thing was similar to the floating space city's enigmatic protective force field. After a large number of arcanists studied and calculated, they came to a conclusion that if they wanted to break a god's divine shield, they must use spells above the 12th circle. Only a spell of such power could kill a deity. Spells above the 9th circle were called legendary spells. Only legendary wizards could cast such powerful spells, and it was even more difficult to cast a 12th circle spell. In the records of the Arcane Kingdom, there were only a few great arcanists who had successfully cast a 12th circle spell, and the one who had successfully killed a god was Casus. After all, the power of Casus's self-explosion was too strong. This was one of the reasons why the war between the gods and the Arcane Empire broke out. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, many spells above the 9th circle had been lost. Only a few of them had been passed down, and they were all hidden by the wizard organizations and not shown to others. It was said that these lost legendary spells were actually destroyed by the gods. Of course, it was not as if the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom did not leave behind a backup plan. In many hidden corners of the multiverse, or in some ancient ruins, legendary spells were still preserved. Even when the Arcane Kingdom was defeated, the floating city still managed to escape. Sulen also wanted to control this power. Although he did not plan to kill a god, for his own safety, he had to control this power. As for entrusting his safety to the mercy of the gods, Su Luen would not make such a mistake. In Sulen's previous life on the Blue Planet, history had taught him over and over again how unreliable it was to rely on other people's promises. The most obvious example was Ukraine. When the Red Bears disintegrated, Ukraine became independent. When Ukraine was independent, it had hundreds of thousands of troops, aircraft, artillery, tanks, and missiles. It even had 1,000 nuclear warheads. In the end, it was tricked by the NATO countries and destroyed all its nuclear warheads for only $10 million. At the same time, it also got a promise that it would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine. As a result, Ukraine really believed it. Of course, there were also economic reasons. They were too poor. In the end, all nuclear weapons were destroyed. After the destruction of nuclear weapons, what happened to Ukraine in the end? From the world's third strongest military power, it became a small country that was bullied at will. If Ukraine could leave behind nuclear weapons, then they would now be an important force to maintain the world's nuclear peace, instead of an insignificant small country that was wantonly bullied. This high-level golem is for you to study. See if you can repair it for my use. Su Len patted the high-level golem and said, "Okay, I'll try to repair it." Hathaway looked at the golem and said, "This golem is not badly damaged. Although its legs and head were cut off, the core of the golem's soul is not damaged. I'll try to reconnect the legs and head. This golem contains too much knowledge that I haven't mastered. I think after careful study, I'll definitely master a lot of precious high-level knowledge." Su Len nodded. "Then it's up to you. If this one is not enough, then I'll go to those ancient ruins to look. There are so many ruins, it's still possible to find one or two high-level golems. By the way, did you find the super arcane crystal pulse cannon in the desert ruins this time? This thing is the main attack method of the wizard tower. Our wizard tower doesn't have this kind of strategic weapon yet," Hathaway said. "The super arcane crystal pulse cannon. I haven't seen this thing in the ruins." Su Len shook his head and said, "There are not many weapons of this level that can be left until now." The super arcane crystal pulse cannon was also known as the magic cannon. This kind of weapon did not need to be loaded with ammunition, injected with energy, and then fired with a bang. In fact, the super arcane crystal pulse cannon looked like a pillar, about 15 meters tall and slightly conical. The energy was provided by the elemental pool, and it was very powerful. When it was fired, a strong beam of light would appear. This beam of light was very fast, and at the same time, it had strong penetrative and destructive power. The lowest power was a level 9 spell,
and the highest could reach level 11 or even level 12. After giving the golem to Hathaway, Su Len left the wizard tower. After returning to the Lord's castle, Su Len checked the territory's accounts. The wizard tower spent the most money. On average, it cost 250,000 kinner to buy materials every month. The rest was the military and construction expenses of the northern town, and the immigration expenses. In this way, although there were hot products such as white sugar, paper and rum, the northern town still spent more than it earned. If it weren't for the mineral support of the underground world, the northern town would have been unable to make ends meet. As for the construction of the floating space tower and even the floating space city in the future, the cost was even more astronomical. According to the estimation of the Arcane Kingdom, the construction of a floating space tower would cost about 50 million kinner, and the construction of a floating space city would cost more than 1 billion kinner. Of course, this was only the capital, and there were many resources that money couldn't buy. Just like the mice energy nucleus, who could buy it? Without the mice energy nucleus, the floating space city couldn't fly even if it was built. The mice energy nucleus was said to be a magical item created by the Arcane Kingdom in the early days with the help of the goddess of Arcana. The energy of the mice energy nucleus covered a radius of 1.6 kilometers, which was more than enough to build a floating space city with a population of 50,000. However, due to the war between the Arcane Kingdom and the gods, there wouldn't be a new mice energy nucleus. At that time, the great arcanists of the Arcane Kingdom also studied another alternative, called the elemental furnace. The theoretical knowledge of the elemental furnace wasn't profound. It could obtain a huge amount of energy through the fission of elements. However, although the energy provided by the fission of elements was large, it still couldn't compare to the mice energy nucleus. This technology was later used in the floating space tower. Later, the arcanists developed a more powerful elemental furnace technology, elemental fusion. The energy produced by elemental fusion was 10 times or 100 times more than elemental fission, but this technology was broken through too late. At the end of the war, this technology was born. The emergence of this technology didn't help the success of the Arcane Kingdom. The breakthrough of elemental fusion made the emergence of the super-large floating space city possible. However, the elemental furnace, elemental fission, and elemental fusion were all high-end information in the era of the Arcane Kingdom. Hathaway only knew a few words, and it was difficult to obtain this technology. It could only be studied slowly. In fact, Su Len still had some information about elemental fission. He had obtained some superficial information about elemental fission from a relic when he was in the underground world. Su Len checked the affairs of the northern citadel during this period. The little succubus Chrissy had handled it well. There were no mistakes in the city. After checking all the affairs, Su Len began to think about how to open up new sources of income. One of the reasons why the northern citadel could be built so quickly was because of sufficient funds. He also wanted to install the arcane crystal rail cannon for the wizard tower. Although Su Len didn't know how this thing was made, Su Len knew that its value was certainly not low. First, he went to the warehouse. Su Len stored the arcane gold coins he had obtained from the storage space, as well as the more than 300 magic gems he had found in the relic. These things were almost enough to cover the expenses of the wizard tower for a while. After leaving the warehouse, Su Len went to the winery. The most popular product in the winery was vodka. However, although vodka was sold in large quantities, its price was slightly lower. The price of rum was higher, but the production of rum was low. Su Len thought for a moment and decided to try to see if he could make perfume. The process of making perfume was actually not difficult. On one hand, it required a high concentration of alcohol, and on the other hand, it was a problem of spices. The high concentration of alcohol could be obtained by distillation. It was not difficult to make the utensils for distilling alcohol. Su Len asked 2 skilled craftsmen to make a set according to his blueprint, and then through repeated distillation, a high concentration of alcohol was obtained. There were more types of spices. Spices could be extracted from various flowers, and then the extracted spices and alcohol were mixed according to a certain ratio. Then, a simple perfume could be obtained. It was not difficult to extract spices from flowers. The simplest way was to mash the flowers and filter them. Although the technology in this world was not as advanced as in his previous life, in many cases, the effect of spells was no weaker than that of technology, or even stronger. Chapter 408. North Town's Mysterious Territory. Many harpies were harvesting all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory. The The mysterious territory had been restored for almost a year. It was a world of difference from the barren and dilapidated state it was in at the beginning. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. There were 2 rows of tall trees on both sides of the straight road. In the distance, there were lush flower fields. On the other side of the flower fields, there were all kinds of strange plants. After such a long time of restoration, all kinds of magical plants had been planted in the planting area of the mysterious territory. Most of the magical plants bloomed. In order to make perfume, Sulen planned to collect all kinds of flowers in the mysterious territory to make perfume. Perfume, or rather, perfume-like products, existed in this world. One of the more popular ones was the rose nectar produced in the kingdom of Caloransa. This rose nectar was very expensive. A small bottle of about 30 milliliters of rose nectar was sold for 50 gold nars. Of course, there were many other kinds of flower dews apart from rose dew. Sulen had seen the rose dew. In fact, it was very similar to perfume. Sulen's perfume did not have an absolute advantage. Therefore, he planned to mix the fragrance of the perfume while adding plant essential oils to the perfume. In his previous life, Sulen had always been single. However, one of his friends deliberately learned how to make perfume and lipstick in order to chase his girlfriend. He then made the perfume and lipstick in the school's laboratory for the girl he liked. Since he was going to give the perfume and lipstick to someone, he could not use cheap materials. Therefore, he bought some rose oil and added it to the perfume and lipstick. In the end, the perfume and lipstick were indeed very good. This guy even asked Sulen to help him. Therefore, Sulen basically knew the process of making the perfume and lipstick. After making the perfume and lipstick, his friend excitedly ran to the girl's dormitory with the lipstick and perfume, ready to confess his love. He heard that the girl was very touched and encouraged him to continue working hard. Then, she got into a Ferrari and left. Normal perfume was made with alcohol, some essence, and some retention agent. The retention agent was usually a spice. It was mainly used to balance and stabilize the perfume, making the perfume last longer. For example, musk, frankincense, and so on. As for those high-end perfumes, in addition to these, they usually add rose essential oil or other plant essential oils. Plant essential oil was very expensive. His friend bought a bottle of about 10 milliliters of it and spent 1,000 yuan. Rose essential oil was expensive because it was difficult to obtain. After the roses were picked in the morning, the yellowish-brown rose essential oil had to be extracted within 24 hours. It took about 5 tons of petals to extract 2 pounds of rose essential oil. It was easy to imagine why those high-grade perfume from Gauls were so expensive. Just a 50 milliliters bottle of perfume could be sold for a few thousand yuan. Northern Citadel didn't have a large area for roses, but there were a lot of flower fields in the secret territory. The largest one was the purple tulips. When Sulen discovered the secret territory, there were already a lot of purple tulips here. Even now, these magic tulips were still flourishing. Aside from the purple tulips, there were also magic mandala flowers, purple lingling flowers, and many other magic plants. Apart from a few petals that could be used as magic materials, most of these magic plants didn't have any other uses. Sulen planned to collect the flowers of these magic plants and extract their essential oil. After seeing the harpies collect a lot of petals, Sulen began to extract the essential oil. Although this world didn't have the advanced machines of his previous world, most of the time, magic could also do this. The bloodline extraction runic array could not only extract bloodlines, but also other substances after some simple modifications. There was also a laboratory in the secret territory. Sulen drew a modified extraction runic array in the laboratory. Then, he placed the 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals in the center of the runic array. As soon as the 100 kilograms of petals were taken out, the surrounding air was filled with a rich floral fragrance. With a snap of his fingers, the energy channel of the laboratory opened and the energy of the elemental pool entered the laboratory. After connecting to the energy of the elemental pool, a light flashed and the runic array began to operate. The light gathered and the mandala flower petals in the runic array quickly disappeared. In a short while, all the mandala flower petals were engulfed by the light. Then, the runic array operated for 10 minutes before stopping. When all the light dissipated, the mandala flower petals that were originally placed in the runic array had all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by a transparent liquid and some gray powder. The liquid was the mandala flower's essential oil. As for the powder, it was the waste of the essential oil extraction. After a snap of his fingers, Su Len took out a crystal bottle and stored the mandala flower's essential oil. Compared to the amount of essential oil produced by the petals in his previous world, the amount of essential oil produced by the magic mandala flower was obviously higher. 100 kilograms of mandala flower petals produced a total of 200 milliliters of essential oil. The essential oil was transparent with a tinge of yellowish-brown. The fragrance of the essential oil was very strong. Su Len let the system appraise it and checked its attributes. Mandala flower essential oil. The essential oil extracted from the magic mandala flower. It has a strong fragrance and can restore mental strength, detoxify, excite, and restore youth. Note: it needs to be diluted before use. After successfully extracting the mandala flower essential oil, Su Len started to mix the perfume. The various spices in the northern city had already been prepared. Su Len chose a few of them to mix. To be honest, this kind of work didn't suit him. However, he hadn't found a suitable candidate, so Su Len could only make do for now. After dissolving the various spices with alcohol, he added a small amount of water. Finally, he added the mandala flower essential oil in a 10:1 ratio. After mixing evenly, a bottle of perfume was completed. Magical perfume, unnamed, a special perfume made from datura flower essence and other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time. It has the effect of recovering MP, detoxifying, delaying aging, and restoring youth. Fragrance plus 20, stamina recovery plus 8, poison removal plus 10, charm plus 10, delaying aging plus 12, charm plus 20. Note: the perfume effect lasts for 7 days. Can be used 1,010 times. After using the perfume, when casting charm or other spells on others, magic power plus 10. This perfume effect is not bad. Su Len was a little surprised after seeing the effect. This perfume effect was surprisingly good. Not only did it have the effect of a perfume, but it also had the effect of slowing aging, charm, and detoxifying. After using this perfume, one's body would be buffed with a layer of buff. Su Len named this bottle of magic perfume Fatal Temptation. He then stored it in a natural purple magic crystal. Next, Su Len started to make the magic perfume again. After all, he had a lot of wives and 2 little maids. 1 bottle of perfume was not enough. Other than Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, Angela, and the 2 little maids, Karina and Grace would definitely need the perfume too. In this way, Su Len would have to make at least 8 bottles of magic perfume. The good thing was that all the ingredients were prepared. As long as he followed the steps, he could easily make the perfume. However, Su Len did not want to make a perfume like Fatal Temptation, so he made some simple adjustments while making the perfume. Soon, the second bottle of magic potion was made. Su Len opened the system to identify it. This bottle of perfume was a little different from the previous bottle. This bottle of perfume had the same effect as the previous one, but the values were a little different. Next, Su Len started to experiment while making the perfume. After a few tries, he finally made the best perfume formula. Su Len stretched his body and looked at the magic perfume in front of him. This was no longer a simple perfume. Even if he wanted to sell it, the price would be very high. This thing could only be sold to the female wizards. If Su Len wanted to sell the perfume, he could only make a more ordinary version. The most important thing for this kind of magic perfume to have such a powerful effect was the ingredients. As long as he replaced the magical plants and flowers with ordinary plants and flowers, it would be fine. Next, Su Len used the same method to make a bottle of perfume with ordinary ingredients. Perfume, unnamed, a perfume made with datura flower essential oil and some other essences. The fragrance lasts for a long time. Fragrance overflow plus 15, charm plus 15, aphrodisiac plus 5. Note: the effect lasts for 3 days. Number of uses: 10/10. After seeing the attributes of the perfume, Su Len nodded in satisfaction. Although this perfume was not as good as the magic perfume, it was much better than the rose dew from the kingdom of Calaranza. He believed that as long as the noble ladies had used this perfume, they would not let it go. Su Len planned to sell this perfume. As for the magic perfume, he did not plan to sell it for the time being. However, after he decided to make the perfume, he would have to open up some flower fields in the northern city. There was a lot of fertile land outside the northern city. It would be a waste to use it to grow flowers. After some consideration, Su Len decided to open up a flower field near the Mirror Lake City. There was also a lot of land in the Mirror Lake City, but without the buff of the harvest altar, it was just right to grow flowers. After making the decision, Su Len ordered the refugees to open up 3,000 mu of land near the Mirror Lake City to grow flowers. Su Len purposely picked the plants, including roses, lavender, datura flowers, tulips, and more than a dozen other plants. These flowers were the most popular ones.
Chapter 409. Is this the perfume you made? Does it really have the effects you said?
Chris held an amethyst bottle and played with it curiously. Su Len smiled slightly and said, "Of course it does. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Chris immediately opened the crystal bottle and sprayed a few times on herself. It smells so good. As soon as she sprayed it out, a pleasant fragrance filled the air. At the same time, Chris, who was already very beautiful, seemed to have a faint aura around her body at this moment. She became even more beautiful and looked charming. Even Su Len, who was used to seeing beauties, was a little dazed after seeing Chris's current appearance. After a few seconds, Su Len reacted. He snapped his fingers and a light flashed. Then, a water mirror as tall as a person appeared in the room. Look at the effect. Is this the effect of the perfume? Chris looked at her figure in the water mirror and said in surprise.
Of course.
Su Len smiled slightly. Chris's figure instantly wrapped around Su Len like a beautiful snake. Then she said with a charming face, "Master, do you have any more of this perfume?
Give it all to me, okay?"
As she spoke, she secretly touched Sullen's lower body with her small hand. "You are provoking a war. Don't beg for mercy when the time comes." Su Len raised his eyebrows and said, "Humph, who's afraid of who? I will make you surrender tonight." Hearing Sullen's words, the little succubus said stubbornly, but the movement of her hands stopped. Although the little succubus's combat power was the best among the few girls, she was still defeated when facing Su Len alone. This proud little succubus who liked to train her subordinates was a little guilty, but she didn't want to give up on the magic perfume. She said weakly, "Please, master." As she spoke, the little succubus said with a righteous expression, "And these perfume are the best for me to use. Besides, master is the one who enjoys it in the end." "Humph.
Master, how about I help you deal with Hathaway? We succubi have a lot of skills that you haven't tried yet."
"Okay, I'll give you another bottle of perfume." Looking at the little succubus in front of him, Su Len held his forehead.
"You sold Hathaway for a bottle of perfume. You are really arrogant. If Hathaway finds out, she will hang you up and spank your little butt."
Su Len shook his head and gave her another bottle of the magic perfume. In fact, it was easy for the little succubus who was good at talking to deal with Hathaway.
"Thank you, master."
The little succubus quickly snatched the bottle of perfume and glanced at Su Len with satisfaction. She turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Su Len shook his head and went to find the others with the rest of the perfume. They were all pleasantly surprised after using the great magic perfume Su Len gave them. They were very satisfied with Sullen's gift. Hathaway even pestered Su Len for the method of making the magic perfume. She wanted to try making some herself. The construction of the Martyr's Palace in northern Battlefront City was progressing very quickly. Due to the abundant manpower and equipment in northern Battlefront City, the difficulty of the construction had decreased by a lot. They could even ask for help from Lorraine and André if they needed to solve some difficult problems. The construction of the Martyr's Palace changed every day. According to the current progress of the project, it would only take a month or two to complete the magnificent Martyr's Palace. After patrolling the entire city, Su Len left with 2 squads of soldiers. The one in charge was the commander of the sniper battalion, Kane. Due to the expansion of his territory and the construction of the new city, Su Len sent out the heroes under his command. In order to ensure the safety of the new city, Su Len sent Boulder and Johnson over. With the 2 of them there, even a legendary enemy wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 2 barbarians who had activated deity descent. Su Len was now a Grand Duke. When he went out, he had the corresponding etiquette and guards. He couldn't go out alone. He didn't want to expose himself when he went to the Desert Kingdom to search for ruins, so he didn't bring anyone with him. Now that he was in his own territory, he couldn't do that. After leaving Northtown City, the group headed straight for Mirror Lake City. The road between Northtown City and Mirror Lake City was only slightly repaired. Su Len frowned slightly. He planned to have the city hall repair the road when he returned. He planned to connect Mirror Lake City, New City, and Centaur City with roads starting from Northern Town City. The roads would be 4 meters wide, and all of them would have to be paved with stones or stone slabs. This way, even if it rained, the roads wouldn't become muddy and difficult to walk on. The construction of the roads in Northwind Duchy was a huge project. It would take a lot of time to complete. As Northwind Duchy grew stronger, so would his territory. The construction of new cities and roads would continue. This project might be even larger than the construction of North Town. According to Su Luan's requirements, a 4-meter-wide roadside needed to be paved with stones or slates, and open space on both sides of the road needed to be cleared. In this era, it was equivalent to the highway in his previous life. This kind of project required a lot of manpower and funds. Currently, Beifeng Principality was using refugees and slaves. Now, they only needed to pay some food and points. However, 3 years later, the slaves and refugees would regain their freedom and become citizens of Beifeng Principality. At that time, it would cost even more money to hire them again. After building the roads, Su Len was very clear about the cost. It was cheaper in the city, but in the wilderness, the further away from the city, the higher the cost. The cost of building a 1-kilometer-long road was already over 20,000 gold. This was because Northwind Duchy didn't need to buy many resources. It was no wonder that the lords weren't willing to spend money to build roads. Even if they wanted to build roads, they only needed to clear the weeds and fill in the roads. As for hardening the roads, only Su Len would do that. Mirror Lake City was 50 kilometers away from North Town City. Su Len and his army arrived in the morning. In fact, if he let the Pegasus run, it would take less than 10 minutes to reach the city. However, although the horses the others were riding were also high-quality military horses, they were still worlds apart from the Pegasus. When they arrived at Mirror Lake City, the Pegasus snorted unhappily. It was clearly unhappy that Su Len didn't let it run at full speed. Su Len patted the Pegasus' head to calm it down. Then, under the guidance of Occam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, they entered the city. Mirror Lake City was much smaller than North Town City. According to the plan, the city's permanent population was set at 50,000. However, there were only 20,000 people in the city right now. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The mansion wasn't big, and there were many places that hadn't been completed yet. Su Len sat down in the main hall. "Master, welcome to Mirror Lake City," Occam said respectfully. Su Len leaned back in his chair. The chair he was sitting on was covered in beautiful winter wolf fur. It was very soft. Mirror Lake City has been developing well recently. It's all because of your leadership. No need to flatter me. Su Len glanced at him. You did this. If you didn't kill that legendary water spirit, Mirror Lake City wouldn't be able to develop. It's all because of you, Occam said firmly. Su Len shook his head and didn't continue the topic. Are there any other monsters around Mirror Lake City? My lord, ever since you killed the water demon last time, there have been no more powerful demonic beasts here. The ones with average strength have been taken care of by us. However, there are still some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. Their numbers have been greatly reduced after our Mirror Lake City's army wiped them out. For this reason, we have an additional 2,000 slaves. Good job, Su Len nodded and continued. We can't let down our guard around the city. Let the city guards clean up the area regularly to prevent those monsters from destroying the farms. I came to Mirror Lake City to see how much land has been reclaimed. How much land has been reclaimed in Mirror Lake City? Mirror Lake City has reclaimed 14,000 acres of land. 10,000 acres have been planted with potatoes and wheat. The remaining 4,000 acres have just been reclaimed and haven't been planted yet, Occam said after thinking for a moment. Su Len nodded and didn't say anything. The data was the same as what was on his system panel. Don't plant the 4,000 acres of land yet. I have a use for it, Su Len said. Understood. I'll tell them not to plant it. Occam nodded and hesitated. Master, what do you plan to plant? Plant flowers. Su Len said calmly. Flowers? Occam frowned after hearing Sullen's words. The other officials in Mirror Lake City were also surprised. However, this was Sullen's decision and they could only follow it. You don't think it's possible? Su Len took a sip of tea and said, I'm sorry, Master. I don't understand why you want to plant flowers. Mirror Lake City can't be self-sufficient with food.
Occam said. Su Len nodded. He was satisfied with Occam's attitude. He took out a crystal bottle and placed it on the table. This is the newest product that North Wind Principality has just developed. It's called perfume. It has the same effect as the rose dew from Colorama Kingdom. This perfume is very popular on the continent. To produce it, we need a lot of flowers. That's why I'm planning to plant flowers in Mirror Lake City. Thank you for your explanation, Master, Occam said respectfully. The production of perfume requires a lot of flowers. This will be another important product in Northtown City. Next, I will send you more men and more food.